remaining questions. Mr. Chairman, there are some information that we cannot share it openly now in this kind of forum because we are
to the media. So you feel there's so much supposed to be in confidence, I mean in private?
I think so. Yeah.
So
okay.
do the rest, okay. Level something order.
To arrest the late Ojwang from Homo Bay, all of them. There are 5. We have also taken statements from the officers who are in the Central Police Station, from the OCS, the Deputy OCS, the Sentry officer, the cell Sentry officer. They have different roles and names. 17 in total, of course, for the whole day and night, including the shift that came and then took over from the other shift. 17 in total. We have also interviewed some witnesses. Some of them were in custody at the night of the death of the late. Again, they have been also, and there are some other civilians of interest.
Many witnesses have you interviewed or interrogated?
23 civilians, in total, yeah, okay. In total, we have interviewed 23 people.
Including the police?
Yeah, all the police.
But the witnesses, it's good to separate. How many witnesses, those who are in custody then, that night, the material night?
We have not yet classified them as suspects. Because first you take down their statements. And depending on how they all respond to the questions and the issue, some may become, some actually suspects, prime suspects. I don't
While we are on investigations, have they seen it fit or appropriate to also get a statement from the complainant of this whole case, the DIG?
Yes, we were going to summon him, but our team, our technical team, the investigators, said that they would have preferred to take all statements from all the men involved, before they can now confront him, and in him being the final person who made the complaint. And I think it is probably much better that way. So there are also 2 civilians who are involved in a different way that we need to also investigate. I cannot give that in the particulars here. But we also have now made an application, urgent one, which is going to lead to some action in the course of today. Thank you.
Before, from what you can get from the power, they have a lot of information they want to do it.
I was thinking, for the sake of the media, for the additional information on what they have spoken, we seek further information, then the media can now go and we deal with those issues as Security Committee. Of course, this is the Senate, this is the committee, and I will charge you for.
Maybe before we release the media, Chairman, I just want 2 clarifications. The first one is, do we have any people before the court? Secondly, in our interrogation of NPS, they are telling us that they have basically left everything to IPOA. No DCI, no internal affairs unit. So are you up to the task? in terms of doing all the investigation, including the forensic. Thirdly, I read something very interesting in your submission. It is on the CCTV system located at the OCS office. Would you confirm that this interference with the CCTV system actually happened on the 8th of June and not before?
Response straight to the two.
Just one by one, or we take...
No, respond just to the two, because we are going to ask the media to help us.
Yes.
The working or standing order.
Yes.
It's 198.
Yes. No, we have the capacity to investigate this crime, Mr. Chairman. We anticipate, of course, a certain level of blue code of silence taking effect within the system. But I think even if all the officers who are in the sentry at the night fail to cooperate, there's also other evidence which have been collected, both DNA, blood, other information that are going to help, and even the CCTV camera which has been interfered with. So we have capacity to investigate. Mr. Chairman, I think even as we do that, I want to say this. We need more staff to do these kinds of work. Our current investigators, especially the top ones, we have asked them to focus on this one because it's a matter of national interest. But there are many others. Even yesterday, somebody was killed in Nakuru. Every other day, there are deaths occurring because of police action, because of public order management. So we need more investigators. And we need to...
Just to confirm what the Vice asked.
Yes.
Can you confirm what is written here? That the CCTV was manipulated or interfered with on the material day?
Yes.
To cover up?
It was true.
It's just a straightforward response.
I agree.
Yes.
I want to confirm it was actually somebody called somebody to come and actually do he was asked whether he could delete a particular section. He said he can't, he has to delete all of it, and he did that.
So that we go in camera.
Yes, so that we go in camera. Chair, there is something at page 4, and it is relevant to us that the deceased died.
Kenya deserves to be a first world economy, but because they're stealing everything. Our brothers today did not have jobs. We are graduating from universities, but they have taken our job. They are stealing our future. They are stealing the future of our children. And we Kenyans, we must stand against impunity. We must stand against impunity. This is not the Kenya our forefathers died for. This is not the Kenyans the Mau died for. They died so that we can live in freedom. They died so that we can live in liberty. They died so that we can live in a better country. And Kenya is a better country. Only a few people are destroying our country. And we are saying no more to police impunity. No more to killings by the state. No more to corruption. We are the young people of Kenya. We are the Nelson Mandela of Kenya. We are the Martin Luther King of Kenya. We are the Ibrahim Traore of Kenya. We will save our country. We will save Kenya. We will not watch as our country goes to abyss. We will not watch as our country is being rooted. We will not watch as they root our country.
Kita kambi nje ya lango kuu ama nje ya lango ya makao makuu ya polisi, wakisema kwamba wanataka Generali Eliud Lagat ajiuzulu kutoka ofisini hadi pale wakati ambapo uchunguzi unaohusiana na kifo cha Albert utakapokamilika. Hivi imekuwa tuna makabiliano makali, vitoa machozi vimekuwa vikikurupuka hapa kuwatawanya. Wamekuwa wakitawanyika, lakini hapa wakisema mambo yao kwa sababu wanataka haki iweze kutendeka. Na
anga la Treasury, ambapo mgeni mashuhuri yule waziri ambaye alikuwa anatoka teknolojia Mbadi alikuwa anasema kwamba hawezi kutoka hapa ili kutoa bajeti kwa sababu ya yale ambayo yameshuhudiwa hivi majuzi, wakikuja tu hapa wakisema kwamba wanataka Eliud Lagat aweze kujiuzulu. Wameenda hadi katika lango kuu la makao ya polisi wakisema kwamba naibu inspector generali Eliud Lagat aweze kujiuzulu. Bado wako hapa baadhi yao, wengine wametawanywa, wengine wametoka hapa wakiwa na majeraha wakikimbia tu kupokea matibabu katika hospitali tofauti. Kwa hivyo ni hali ambayo imekuwa ni tete mno, ni hali ambayo imekuwa makabiliano kati yao na maafisa wa polisi. Polisi wakirusha vitoa machozi, kwa upande mwingine wanarudisha vitoa machozi hivyo, na pia kuongeza mawe kuweza tu kukabiliana na maafisa wa polisi wakitaka waruhusiwe ama wakitaka kuelekea hadi katika majengo ya bunge. Lakini hapa ndipo mahali ambapo wamezuiliwa nje ya lango la majengo makuu ya maafisa wa polisi katika eneo la Jogoo House. Hivi hali kwa sasa kidogo imetulia, kinyume na hapo awali ambapo walikuwa wamejaa hapa, walikuwa wamekuja hapa kwa wingi. Lakini tunapozungumza wengine wako katika maeneo ya Moi Avenue pia wakijaribu kurejea katika eneo hili. Wengine wameenda katika sehemu za City Hall wakitaka tu kuhakikisha kwamba wanafika hadi katika majengo ya bunge ambapo shughuli nzima la usomaji wa bajeti inaendelea. Kwa hivyo ni hali ilivyo kwa sasa, imetulia kidogo. Maafisa wa polisi wamekuwepo hapo kwa wingi, na nikikuonyesha tu labda upande wangu ama nyuma kidogo wana jinsi ambavyo afisa wa polisi hawa wamewadoria kuhakikisha kwamba waandamanaji hawa hawataweza kupenya kuelekea katika majengo ya bunge. Hivi ndivyo hali ilivyo, doria imewekwa vilivyo, maafisa wa polisi wakizidi tu kuongezwa hapa, wakija na vitoa machozi kweli ili kuweza kukabili waandamanaji hao ambao walikuwa katika mamia yao. Sasa hivi kidogo wametulia, lakini unavyoona pia kuna ambao wanakuja kutoka maeneo ya Harambe Avenue wakiwa tuna ghadhabu. Ndivyo picha unavyoona, ghadhabu ya waandamanaji wakibishana na maafisa tu wa polisi, wakisema kwamba kile ambacho kilitendekea Albert Ojwang si haki.
Askari mnatumika vibaya. Kenya is a democratic country. Absolutely. It's a democratic country. Absolutely. We are not afraid. If you want to kill us, kill us. We are not afraid. I am a survivor being illegally detained. I am an activist. Kuandikwa activist wale wanakulia. I am an activist. I'm fighting this to the core. Kill us. I want to ask this. Kwa nini polisi mnatumwa kwenda pale ile time tulikuwa pale city moja? Anti-riot police mlitumwa. Mlikuja kuchunga maiti yenye mliua. Mlikuja kuchunga maiti mliua. How many of our mothers, how many of our parents will you have kuona wazazi wetu wamelia? Kama ni kutoboa, finish us all. We are not afraid.
Naam, unavyosikia tu ni kilio cha haki, kilio cha waandamanaji kile ambacho kilitendekea. Lazima mtu awajibike, yeyote ambaye alitekeleza kitendo hicho, wakilaumu maafisa wa polisi kwamba wamekuwa wakitumika vibaya kutekeleza mauaji, kutekeleza utekaji nyara serikali. Hivyo wana ghadhabu, wanafika tu katika nje ya lango la makao makuu ya polisi la Jogoo House, wakisema kwamba yule naibu inspector general wa polisi Eliud Lagat aweze kuwajibika, ajiuzulu, wakati uchunguzi wa kifo cha Albert Ojwang unaendelea. Makabiliano tu makali maafisa wa polisi wakikaa ngangari waweza kuwazuia wasiweze kuelekea katika majengo ya bunge ambapo shughuli nzima ya usomaji wa bajeti unaendelea.
Hawezi kumaliza sisi wote kama vijana.
Asi swala hali na wakifurushwa kuelekea pan.
No justice, no justice, no justice, no peace. 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 And we are stronger before. We are. And this time we are not going back. We will not step aside. Langat must step aside. Langat lazima kuwekwa jela. 100%. Amekaa kazi ya I agree. Justice for Alfred. Justice to Alfred. Justice to Alfred. Langat huwezi kaa kwa ofisi na unatuua. No justice, no that bill. No justice, no that bill. Walishika Albert at their force publication. We are tired of this manipulation. They killing us and then they're protecting the dead bodies. We are not going to retreat. We are not
Ni
going
picha
to
za moja kwa moja hizo zinakujia kutoka barabara ya Harambe Avenue nje ya Jogoo House ndiliko makao makuu ya polisi, ambapo waandamanaji wamefika hapa wakisisitiza kwamba hawatakoma, hawataacha kuandamana ama wataruhusu bajeti isomwe kama naibu inspector generali wa polisi Eliud Lagat bado yuko ofisini. Ni kitu ambayo inaendelea kutulia, nake kiwango cha maafisa wa polisi ambao wametumwa hapa ni wengi sana, ambapo waliweza kuwatawanya na kuwarejesha waandamanaji hao kuelekea katika sehemu mbali na jumba la Treasury, ambapo waziri Mbadi alikuwa anajiandaa kuelekea katika majengo ya bunge kwa shughuli ya usomaji wa bajeti. Sasa wengine pia walikuwa wametawala katika lango la National Police Service katika jumba la Jogoo, wakisema wanashinikiza kutoka ofisini ama kung'atuka afisini kwa naibu inspector generali Eliud Lagat, na wanasema kwamba watarejea na watahakikisha kwamba wamezingira majengo ya bunge. Vitoa machozi bado zinazidi kurushwa tu kuhakikisha kwamba wote ambao walikuwa wamefika hapa, labda tu kidogo ni kuelekeze katika lango la Jogoo House ambapo makao makuu ya National Police Service yapo. Baadhi ya waandamanaji bado wameketi pale chini, maafisa wa polisi wakiwatazama tu na kuweka doria kuhakikisha kwamba wataweza kuingia mle ndani. Jongea tu karibu tuweze kuona nyuso zao na pia upate kuona taswira kamili ya jinsi hali ilivyo hapa nje ya Jogoo House. Hapa ni Administration Police Service. Na baadhi ya wanaharakati hao na waandamanaji hao waweze tu kukamilisha na picha zao na taswira yao. Na mtakuacha na picha hizo mtazamaji upate tu taswira kamili, uone jinsi hali ilivyo sasa hivi nje ya lango la Jogoo House. Olive.
All right, thank you very much for that update, Ben Kirui. We now transition not only from Kiswahili but to English, and even as we keep an eye on those protests on your screens that have to do with the the demand that the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Eliud Lagat, step aside as investigations are carried out into the untimely demise of Albert Ojwang in police custody. We now also turn our eye on Parliament, where the budget statement is to be delivered in about an hour's time by the Cabinet Secretary, John Mbadi. Earlier, we had Jimmy, our very own Jimmy, accompany him to the Treasury building and get a sense of what can be expected in the budget. But for a sense of what is happening in Parliament, let's be joined now by Emmanuel To. To, what is the mood where you are? Is there a sense of unease over the tear gas we've been seeing? I'm seeing there PS Harry Kimtai. I'm seeing there the Raymond Omolo, PS Raymond Omolo. Tell us what's happening.
Well, thank you very much, Olive. As you have rightly put it, it is a budget day that has been clouded by the issues, the demonstrations that we have seen outside Parliament and, of course, the CBD. And just as you have also introduced the guests that I'm here with, let me just quickly get a word from them before I allow them to go in. It is budget day. Maybe PS Interior, Dr. Raymond Omolo, what are you doing here today? It's an MP's day.
So, first of all, this is not just an MP's day, because the budget that is about to be tabled affects every Kenyan. And as one of the Kenyans and also one of government officials, it's an important day that I also take part in listening in to see what proposals the Ministry of Finance has put together as part of supporting the budget for the next financial year.
Okay. Well, actually, there is a lot of demonstration that is currently happening. What would you say about the demonstrations? Because they're saying DIG Lagat must go. That's the rallying call.
First of all, there are pockets of demonstrations which the Constitution allows, and everyone has a right to demonstrate as long as it's peaceable, to make their point or to basically call those who are in offices or in authority to account. And they have been peaceful, and we don't have any issue with that. In the same breath, I think for me what is most important is that there are already ongoing active investigations onto the matter. I think it will only be fair that we allow the investigators to do their work. We do not need to cast aspersions onto any who may have been involved in the whole issue. We have to have their day in court, and it has as a country that we are responsible and we are law-abiding, and we expect that as soon as those investigations are done, public will get to have the full details of who may have done whatever it is that led to the unfortunate death of the young man Albert.
Maybe they're saying that the DIG should step down because, by all intents and purposes, he is a person of interest. He is the complainant, and also he also has some sway in this matter. You don't think he should step aside?
I wouldn't want to get into that space, because as I've said, there are active investigations going on. Yeah, I don't want to speak to that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Maybe PS Harry, we have seen a lot of concerns with the issue of the medical supplies, and sorry, PS. Sorry, you were moved to a different. Okay. What is this budget? Quickly before you
be 25. 2020 of the budget, a confirmation of what we had prepared all along, because as you're aware, it is not a one-day affair. It starts all the way from the month of August to now today, so that we get the final. Then we take over from there to start making sure that we implement the project. projects that have been funded and approved by the Parliament.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, PS. Asante sana. We just want to speak to the MP for Kitui North. That is the treasurer of the UDA party. Mheshimiwa, just introduce yourself formally for Kenyans to know you and tell us what do you expect from this event today.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Japheth Mokaya Nyakundi, Member of Parliament for Kitutu Church North, and I also double up as the National Treasurer of the ruling party, the UDA party. Today we expect Honorable John Mbadi, who is the CS Cabinet Secretary for Finance, to read to us the budget for the financial year 2025-2026, which I think is approximately 4.4 trillion.
4.2 trillion.
4.2 trillion Kenya shillings, with CFS taking about almost 2.2 to 2.4 trillion Kenya shillings. We expect a budget that is one very equitable and in terms of resources, of sharing resources across the country, and we have clearly seen that this time round resources have been shared equally across the country. If it's every part of this country, they've gotten something out of this. We expect a budget that will be able to include the young people, employment of police officers of about 10,000 across the country. We're having GSU officers of about 2,000. We're having a JIRA, about 1,000 youths. Employment of permanent and pensionable basis of UHC workers. You've seen the UHC workers have been on strike for long because they've been on contract. We expect that they're going to be taken on permanent and pensionable basis, about 6,500 of them. We also expect, in terms of development, we want to know how many roads are they going to cover in terms of SHA. Is there enough money for people to be treated in the SHA program? And such kind of things, yeah.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, we can't ignore the noise that we are hearing. As you speak, we are hearing the sound of tear gas being exploding. And of course, it is the demonstration. The Gen Zs, the youth, and those people who are calling for justice are demonstrating. They want the DIG of the National Police Service, that is Eliud Lagat, to step down, and he must go. What is your sentiment about that?
What happened to the young person is a very devastating thing, and it is a very sad thing, what happened. But I believe, as the IG said, let the investigations be done, let IPOA be given an opportunity to do the investigation, and all those who will be found capable of the offense of killing the young man should be taken to jail, should be arrested and be taken to jail, because it is not fair for young people to be killed. But I want to tell the young people of this country that we are there for them. We will work together with them to ensure that the young man gets justice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is Japheth Nyakundi, the Member of Parliament for Kitutu Church North, giving his sentiments about the budget day that we expect the budget should be read in the next 30 minutes or so. The CS for Treasury, John Mbadi, is already in the House. He came in early today compared to other budgets that we normally witness, where the CS in charge comes in at around 2 p.m. He was here by around 1:35 to 1:40 p.m. thereabout, which was a bit early. And what we are informed is that there was a lot of tear gas canisters flying all over around Treasury, and the members of the public have been engaging the police in running battles around that place. But of course, we're here to get that budget that will be giving, updating us on how the country is going to spend the 4.2 trillion shillings budget that it has outlined, but majority of it is going to debt, including the ordinary revenues that are being collected. Almost 7 out of 10 shillings that is collected goes into paying the debt. Before I hand it over to you, Olive, those are just members of parliament. This is Amina Mnyazi, member of parliament for where is it, in the coast, Kilifi County, also coming in, just getting ready for that day. And so we'll be giving you more details from this end, but for now, I want to hand it over to you, Oliver.
Thank you for that, Emmanuel Too. Emmanuel Too speaking to some legislators as well as principal secretaries as they make their way to Parliament ahead of the budget statement. I'm joined now by Rachel Njuguna, as a tax director EY Kenya of Ernst & Young. Good to have you in studio with us this afternoon. We also have Caxton Kinuthia, who is partner and head of tax and regulatory services, and that is for KPMG. Karibu sana. And then we have Churchill, who is an economist, IC Group. Good to have the three of you in studio this afternoon. Perhaps I'll start with you, Caxton. You know, what is the import of a day like today where we have the budget statement read? Why is it important? Why does it matter?
Well, I guess all of that is a very good question to start this show with. And the importance of this day is we expect that people that we have given, you know, the reins of power to come and tell us how much they want to raise from us, and more importantly, how they want to spend it. It is something that happens once in a year, and we get to see what the priorities of the government are, whether they rhyme with what they have promised us, whether they resonate with the common mwananchi who on the ground is feeling whether the government is performing as it should, and lastly, to give us a sense of whether we can hope for better things if the things are not looking too good at the moment. I would expect that that is a picture that would be painted, acknowledging where we are, what we can generate and what we are seeing, and how the future of this country looks like.
Mm-hmm. Rachel, so when we listen to this budget statement that will be delivered at 3 p.m., what are you listening out for?
Okay, as Caxton has said, well, it is to provide more information, and from where I sit, it is the culmination of the budgeting cycle for government, because we are now in an era whereby we get the budget statements earlier, we get the budget, the finance bill earlier. So my expectation is that I will get to hear from the minister a lot of the clarifications or explanations behind the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you're listening for the explanation, clarification behind the numbers. Churchill, what are you looking to hear? You know, those highlights.
Thanks. In agreement with my colleagues, that today is a culmination of a process that started all the way from August last year. So we have already seen the headline numbers that will be presented later on in a few minutes' time. So I'll be keen on some clarity on the spending side.
Mm-hmm.
We have had issues around pending bills or domestic arrears. So there's a number to the tune of 149 billion, sorry about that needs to be settled through privatization. So it just need to get clearly what will be this privatization will come out. You have had some numbers around the revenue side. We still have some question marks around how they'll be able to mobilize revenue in the next financial year, considering that even in the current financial year, they have really strained. So some clarity around some of the areas we have visibility where what the finance bill 2025 will be able to raise. But there's still some gaps because the kind of the increase of revenue from the current financial year to the next financial year cannot be solely met by this finance bill. So those are some of the issues that we'll be able to, we are seeking clarity from the speech that we'll be hearing later on.
All right. So Caxton, is this more of a policy statement?
The policy statement, Olive, was shared a while back. This is maybe a confirmation of whether we are sticking to the policy statement that we have given. Remember, around February, just when the government was collating all the numbers and looking at what policy informs how they spend and how they intend to spur economic activity for greater growth. So for today, it is just trying to see whether whatever measures they have, which we already have a glimpse of, are actually in tandem with the policy that they have already issued a few months ago.
All right. And Joel, so when you talk about a budget statement and you think finance bill, what is the correlation there?
Okay, The two, number one, finance bill talks about how the government is going to raise the revenues that they need to raise. So the finance bill primarily has the tax measures, tax raising measures, whereas the budget statement has the entire, has the two sides of the coin, the expenditure side and the revenue side. So finance bill is how to collect the revenue, whereas the budget statement includes both. Yep.
All right. So the priorities based on the statements, the various statements that have come out of Treasury, of course, are some of what the three of you have already discussed or mentioned. And there's a question of public debt. There's a question of more realistic, that is the terminology they've used, revenue targets, because they've said revenue has fallen short of the targets that have been set in the past. And of course, addressing questions to do with expenditure. Do we expect anything, just listening to some of the statements that have been made and the documents you're with, are we expecting a radical shift with this finance bill, given what transpired last year? June 25th was a pivotal moment in the country. Churchill.
So, from the finance bill 2025, if you can think about it, it's pretty much a cleanup. By cleanup, I mean they are looking at some of the tax expenditure. Tax expenditure is the foregone revenue that National Treasury has not been able to collect. Largely, we are seeing that VAT, value-added tax, is the biggest contributor to the foreign revenue. So if you look at the finance bill, it's pretty much a cleanup of at least to be able to realize some of the foregone revenue, moving some of the commodities from zero status to tax-exempt status, and other commodities from tax-exempt status to standard rated, the 16%. So that's pretty much amongst other proposals that are there. But if you compare this finance bill 2025 against the one that was withdrawn last year, the target yield this time around is 40 billion on the higher side. And last year, we are talking about 340 billion. So that speaks to the constrained environment that even National Treasury is finding itself in to aggressively increase revenue, but yet bearing in mind the protests that happened last year. So there's that cautiousness that is coming out this time around that wasn't there before. But that is not saying that we are not getting newer taxes. They are there. It's just that the quantum that is being penciled in is much lower compared to that what we saw last year. But that notwithstanding, even we saw in December tax laws amendment bill being introduced in Parliament, and also Tax Procedures Act bill that was introduced. Now there are acts of parliaments. The National Treasury is expecting to raise 70 billion from these two pieces of legislation, even in the next financial year. So it's just giving you a sense that even there could be a possibility of some new tax revenue bills further down the road to be able to increase the revenue, because the finance bill 2025 as it is, it doesn't have that, it's not as aggressive or ambitious as finance bill 2024.
All right. I see Caxton has been nodding throughout your presentation.
Yes. I'm agreeing with a lot of what Churchill is saying in terms of when they say they have not introduced new taxes, they have just been redefined, they have just been hidden. And that VAT bit in itself, when we say we have changed the status of most goods from exempt to, from zero rated to exempt, and those that were exempt to tax rated, we're already saying a whopping 16% raise on VAT alone. So there is that bit. And the second point that I'm also reiterating, given the hullabaloo that we had last year around the budget day, I would expect that the government is more cautious around not being seen as introducing new taxes, especially on this day. But that doesn't mean that they cannot come up with the miscellaneous tax amendment bills that we've seen, like what he's referring to that was passed in December last year. So that might be one way of trying to navigate through these tough times, because we have a government to run, we have expenditure to incur. We are talking of a budget that is in excess of 4 trillion. And even with the best of estimates, the domestic revenues will only be around 3.3, best estimates if we collect 100% of what we are estimating, both in ordinary revenue and in appropriations in aid. But then, if you imagine that our total budget is likely to come to 4.3 trillion, we have a 1 trillion gap, generally speaking, which increases our debt, because all we say when we do our budgets, which I've always said is a fundamental flaw, and the economists maybe can answer that question, instead of us starting with the revenue that we have and then allocating it, the requisite expenditure, we come and say we want to spend so much. Then we go look for revenues. Whatever we can make in revenue, we fill it up through domestic borrowing and external borrowing. So again, the question you had asked earlier becomes very, very pertinent. Our debt right now is about 11.35 trillion. And that number, again, has too many ramifications. If you remember, in 2012, our debt ceiling was given in terms of absolute numbers, and it was 6 trillion in 2012. Then it was raised, I believe it was in October of 2021, to 9 trillion.
Yes.
And 8 months later, in July 2022, it was raised to 10 trillion. Then we got to a point, and maybe our technocrats realized that we don't want to be giving absolute numbers.
Yes.
We pegged it to 55% of our GDP. Now, our GDP, and maybe Churchill will be confirming to us, is given as $0.12 trillion, which is about $120 billion. Okay, so if you say, which in Kenya shilling terms is 16, just around 16 trillion. So if our debt ceiling is supposed to be 55% of GDP, we're already beyond that, because that will give us something around 8.8 trillion. We are at 11.35 and likely to grow it by another trillion or so, because we have to borrow to finance this budget. So the issue of debt and how sustainable it is and how well we can cover it, because now that is getting to about 76% of our GDP, it's an important question. And I think our economists and those who advise the government on the economics really have a tough task to tell us how we can navigate out of this debt problem.
Churchill?
He's really put me on the spot. But having said that, the starting point, as is clearly pointed out, starting from the revenue side, we are looking at around 3.3 trillion. But if you flip it and look at the spending side, we have what we call the non-discretionary items in the budget. We have what we call the consolidated fund services items. Interest, 1.1 trillion. We have salaries to constitutional office holders and pension. That's another 230 billion, thereabout. So this one is what you call the first charge. So collectively it's around 1.3 trillion. So out of this 3.3 trillion revenue that you can get, the priority is this 1.3 trillion that you're talking about. Next item, non-discretionary, is now the equitable revenue to counties, which has been proposed at 405 billion. It was approved by National Assembly. Senate proposed a higher amount, 465 billion. And now we are expecting a mediation committee between National Assembly
and the Senate.
And there's a probability they'll mark it higher, somewhere midway between 405 billion and 465 billion. So these ones are cast in stone. So we look at the monies that is allocated to the national government, or what you call the ministries, department, and agencies, MDAs. That's around 2.5 trillion, of which 636 billion is to wages. You've been hearing these collective bargaining agreements by some of the public sector workers that they want some increases. Time and again, teachers go on the streets, doctors, nurses, they go out in the streets, or even the university workers, they go out in the streets. So it's quite difficult even just to maneuver around that. So you find that, yes, even in the budget, how we might scale it down to the 3.3 trillion that we can be able to amass, it's a difficult task, in my view. That now leads us to borrowing. There's the issues around the debt that Caxton has elucidated earlier on. But let me just give some clarification around the debt anchor. Is debt anchor 55% of GDP in present value terms?
Yeah.
So
previously we had a ceiling, now it is an anchor.
Yeah, it used to be a nominal amount, 5 trillion, 6 trillion, at some
that
point.
Kept going up, yes.
But now they moved it into present value terms. Now that nominal debt number as a percentage of GDP. So if you look at it in gross terms, you're looking at the 11 trillion out of 16 trillion. So that gives you around 68% of GDP. But right now, what is under the PFM Act is 55% of GDP in present value terms. So this 68%, they shave off like 5% out of it to get the present value terms. So as it is, we are looking at around 63%. But then again, for Kenya, it has to meet this 55% of GDP in present value terms by October 2028. So there's like a 3-year period for Kenya to be able to meet that. So, but then to concern Caxton has raised, each and every year, we're still increasing the debt. What initially had been penciled in was around 880 billion, but from some back of the envelope maths, we are looking at slightly over 900 billion so far. And who knows what the next debt accumulation will be in the next 2 years. So that is the concern that is coming about. Unless now we grow our economy to increase the GDP in nominal terms, that is also should be the focus of the from the authorities, just to be able to increase the growth in the economy, at least to reduce that stock of debt to GDP terms.
Okay, so Rachel, I'll come to you on the question of the budget deficit. It's just that on our screens we are seeing tear gas that has been lobbed. Meanwhile, we have members of parliament within the precincts of parliament. We heard from Emmanuel To. We also have Stephen Leto, who is on the ground. Stephen, can you give us an update? Go ahead, Leto, can you hear me?
Well, Olive, thank you. And remember, this is just a quick fire from the budget area of the National Assembly. And of course, we are anticipating any moment from now, we get the budget outline from CS for Treasury, John Mbadi. Of course, a very quick highlight of what we already have is what the Budget and Appropriations Committee had already presented or, approved during the hearings. For instance, in school capitation, we still see the education area is still lacking some money, because out of the 11 billion shillings required for the examinations, only 5.9 billion shillings have been approved. But of course, that we'll get to hear from the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi. But very quickly, with me here on set is the chair for the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly, and Butere, Member of Parliament Tindi Mwale. Quickly tell us, you are basically the team that oversights the budget once it's taken to ministries and state departments. The 2024-2025 financial year, based on the appearances, has there been prudence?
Basically, I can say the prudence was very minimal. And after the Gen Z demonstrations and the breakup into parliament, we have seen some austerity measures being done. And as Public Accounts Committee, we have continued to make sure that these funds are well utilized. But today's program, the reading of the budget, what we want is practicality in terms of unemployment, because you can see youths are all over the streets and they are demonstrating because they are feeling like government is not adhering their plight. Also, the examination fee, which you have highlighted, since independence, we have never seen a budget where you cut examination fee. And CS Treasury in the office, I went to see him. He was the chairman of Public Accounts. I was his vice chair. He assured me that the balance, he'll do it in a supplementary budget. I hope he spoke the truth, because we have never seen a budget where you cut the expenditure in this country. And therefore, what we see is practicality. What we want to see is practicality. We don't want lip service. We want, if he mentions this, that should be more practical than what he says.
We also see a budget of 4.2 trillion shillings. Basically, this is the largest budget ever in the history of the country. Is it manageable?
The truth is that it's not manageable, because the budget has got two components. We have the GOK funding from the taxpayer, and then we have the donor funding from the debt. And the way you know, Kenyan debt is extremely expensive to repay. And therefore, this means that with this budget, we are still going to borrow more and give the taxpayers more burden to repay the debt, which is not practical in comparison with the living standards of Kenyans.
I mean, according to the records, we intend to loan or to borrow up to 892 billion shillings.
Yes.
I mean, are we continuing to lower our appetite for, borrowing, or we keep on increasing?
The reality is that we are increasing the appetite, and I think they're playing with the assumption that you need to calculate as per the GDP. And this GDP, sometimes people in central bank play around with it so that they show you the GDP is now at this level so that you can borrow more. But the reality is that the CS for Treasury needs to scale down on borrowing, because with the moment you borrow, the future generations are going to suffer when it comes to repayment.
One other question, of course, is about the issue of revenue-raising measures.
Yes.
The Kenya Revenue Authority keeps on, missing its targets, making the implementation of such a budget very, very difficult. I mean, is our revenue-raising measures, or are our revenue-raising measures sufficient, or we have a lot of, tax leakages?
I can say it's sufficient, but the mechanism to seal loopholes is the one that is not sufficient. Like, for example, we have this issue where you talk about going to the tribunal, tax tribunal, and then also court cases are stuck in courts. So if we can get a scenario where the Kenya Revenue Authority is able to engage in a better negotiation tactic with the defaulters, we'll get a better way of collecting revenue.
And of course, we see you of course come from the sugar belt,
Yes.
rich agricultural area.
Yes.
In this budget, what have you proposed in terms of, bringing back to life the sugar sector reforms, and basically the entire agricultural sector?
That's the unfortunate event, because as you are aware, government forcefully leased the sugar factories to private developers, and therefore now it's upon the private developers to budget for how they will revive the sugar industry. You can't budget again with the public funds. Yeah.
Well, of course, Olive, those are some of the critical issues being raised by members of Parliament who are streaming into Parliament for this year's 2025-2026 financial year budget, a 4.2 trillion shillings budget that, members of Parliament continue to look at finance, how much will be borrowed in terms of, trying to manage the fiscal deficit. And of course, some of the critical areas that need serious funding, including the health sector, the education sector, the security sector, and of course, the what you will call the signature projects of the Kenya Kwanza administration, that is including the housing, the SMEs, that is the small and medium enterprises, getting more funding. Of course, we saw there John Mbadi, the CS for the National Treasury, coming in a bit, earlier than he had been scheduled, and he is already in the presence of Parliament. Of course, Olive, we have an entire team who would like to, of course, see where Emmanuel To is on the other end of the Parliament, if he's ready to give us more reactions exactly on members of Parliament coming in. What are some of their concerns? What are some of their, reservations in this year's financial year budget? But for now, I take it back to you, Olive, as we continue to await Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi make his way to the chambers of the National Assembly to give us the highlights of the 2025-2026 financial year budget, as well as the revenue-raising measures and, of course, the economic performance for the next financial year. Olive.
All right, thank you for that update, Leto. We have images side by side there on your screen. Protests on one side, and on one side, there we have now full screen, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, John Mbadi. He just, the custom, he went through the custom of greeting the leadership of the House, which met him. I see there Sam Tandi. I see there, let me see. I see Junet Mohammed there as well. So this is part of the, what do we call it, pomp, or do we call it tradition? of the budget statement reading. But Rachel, I promised I would come to you. We usually hear a percentage when it comes to budget deficit. So we were told it was 5.1, it's gone down to 4.5. Caxton, I saw you scratch your nose. I hope I'm not too well the mark.
No,
Rachel,
you're right.
why is that important?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's logical to think through it because it's estimates. So we must try and see, do our revenue raising measures measure up to what we intend to spend. And every year, of course, what our government has been presenting is, of course, a deficit because our revenue raising measures do not measure up to what we expect to spend. And going by the current estimates, we have a budget of 4.2 trillion. Then we expect to collect about 3.3 trillion from ordinary revenue and appropriations in aid, thereby leaving a deficit of about 876 billion. If you go back to the expected revenue collection of about 2.7 trillion in ordinary revenue, remember our Kenya Revenue Authority has never collected this kind of money. And actually, their collections, I think, is just up to less than 2 trillion. So what we are saying is that, well, this deficit may increase and to be very much on what is the actual taxes that will be collected by KRA. If you drill this number further, you will see that the biggest contributor of tax revenue in KRA is pay-as-you-earn, which is taxes paid by employees. We all know what has been happening in this country, that we have so many layoffs because, of course, they had economic times. So we expect even that tax head to go down. And just like any other African country, 90% of income taxes from employees from individuals comes from employees. We've never been able to rake in the net worth individuals who would really contribute to our tax revenue. So if employment taxes go down, then definitely we will have this deficit becoming bigger. Yeah.
And a lot of people will want to, will be concerned with taxes, you know, because apart from pay as you earn, they want to know, okay, so how is this going to impact my pocket? How is this going to hit my pocket? We saw some submissions. We had and saw some submissions by various sectors on what was proposed. What stood out for you as are concerned in terms of what new taxes are we looking at?
Okay.
Or where will they be cut?
Okay, and Olive, I know you're referring to the public participation.
Yes.
And what we saw mostly coming from majorly from people was about the issue of VAT, and Caxton alluded to it, the change of status, VAT status from zero-rated to exempt. Number one, the first question we need to ask ourselves is about the stability of our tax legislation. Remember, we signed up a tax policy document where we said that we want a stable operating environment where our tax statute maybe will stay for 3 years. But this is not what we are seeing. Look at a taxpayer who the VAT status of his product was zero-rated, then a year later it is exempt. That means they have to do a lot of replanning around it. But again, in terms of what will be the actual impact to the common mwananchi, when we change the status of a product from zero-rated to exempt, what we are saying is that the input tax that the supplier of this commodity was incurring, he was able to get an actual refund from Kenya Revenue Authority when the VAT status was zero-rated. Now it's exempt. It means that he even has to deregister for VAT because he is providing an exempt product.
Okay.
So this input tax that he continue incurring, where does he take it? Then of course the expectation is that he may pass on that input tax as a cost to the final product of the produce that he's producing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Caxton, you're of the same mind as Rachel?
What I just wanted to say, and in answer to the first question you had raised around whether we are seeing the things that they did in the previous finance bills in this current one.
Yeah.
What I say would be a reprieve or has been a reprieve, we've seen in the last 2 years a raid on the payslip. And that is what Rachel is alluding to about employment taxes, PAYE.
Yes.
So in terms of coming with additional measures, we have seen some bit of reprieve. And we have seen also a few nice things that have been thrown. And the first one was on per diems. Interestingly, as we were discussing that in our places, in our place of work, we were saying the beneficiaries of these per diems are actually in the public sector.
Yes.
So, but if there are any people that are also, again, even in the private sector, we get a few people who get per diems because of how they work. So that one was raised from 2,000 to 10,000 in an attempt to give people some more disposable income in their pockets. We saw also the bit of trying to give people pension, tax-free pension withdrawals, but that was just aligning, again, practice now as what even is talked about as cleanup. So we have seen a few good things.
So, Caxton, I will have to press pause
Sure.
to allow for us to transition to Parliament now, but we do have you for the post-budget statement analysis. So I will allow you to finish your point. I will taking in light what will be read out. So we head now to Parliament, but I do remain in studio with my panelists and will provide analysis after that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing of nominees for appointment as members of the National Police Service Commission laid on the table of the House today, the 12th June 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 246(2) and 252 of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, approve the appointment of the following nominees as members of National Police Service Commission. 1, Ms. Peris Mudhoni Kimani, Benjamin Juma Ima, and Professor Coletta Suda. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. At order number 7.
National Police Service Commission. 1, Ms. Peris Mudhoni Kimani, Benjamin Juma Ima, and Professor Coletta Suda. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. At order number 7, Chair, Committee on Security and Internal, on Administration and Internal Security, you have a date with the House. Musa Sirima, be orderly.
Please, Nano.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You did instruct me on behalf of this House, Honorable Speaker, to carry interrogation on the NPS, the IG, and the IPA in regards to the unfortunate death of Albert Ojwang. And Honorable Speaker, I was to give a preliminary report on this House this afternoon, as you did instruct. But Honorable Speaker, we have just finished the interrogation 10 minutes ago, and the Secretariat have reported that they are not done with the report that I was supposed to table on this House. And I will kindly ask to be given up to Tuesday to be able to give a meaningful report before this House. But having said this, Honorable Speaker, good news, Honorable Speaker, the IPOA had confirmed to the committee that they are ready to arrest 3 individuals in connection to the murder of Albert Ojwang, Honorable Speaker. Actually, as early as now.
Go on, then call mover.
Yeah, I've said, Honorable Speaker. You know, it's not you to guide me.
Go on, Tongo, you done?
I know, Honorable Speaker, your attention was, of course, disrupted. I've said we are done with the interrogation of IG and IPOA just 10 minutes ago, and the report is not much ready, but I am good. I'm happy to report that IPOA confirmed to us that they are already to arrest 3 individuals in connection to the murder, as early as actually today. They are even actually looking for IG to give them the police to do the arrest.
Thank you indeed. I've also been following the proceedings from my chamber, and I know you finished barely 20 minutes ago. Your request is not unreasonable. We will give you to Tuesday. It will be the first issue that will come to the floor of the House. Yes, David.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to commend the Committee of Internal Security and Administration for the professional manner in which they conducted the interrogation of the DCI and the Interior Ministry in relation to the death of Albert Ojwang. It was not a public gallery theater like that happened in the States. They were very clear and very focused and deliberate on ensuring that whatever questions were asked were leading to ensuring that they get justice for the family of Albert Ojwang. So I want to congratulate the committee for their professionalism. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, you know today is a day for special business. The chairman of the committee has said, order. The chairman of the committee has said, and I see many members of that committee here because I was following the proceedings, that they just finished the interrogation of the security agencies, and he's told you what remedial action is taking place, and he'll bring a report on Tuesday to which I'll allow you to debate if you wish. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter, and it is good that Parliament seized of it, Mr. Speaker, and we have faith in the Committee of National Security of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to bring us a very detailed report on what happened, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a young man who has lost his life in a very mysterious way, Mr. Speaker, and the family is grieving. But I want to add to it, Mr. Speaker, that let us not politicize this matter. Let us leave the investigative agencies to do their work and report to this House, Mr. Speaker, and report to the country, Mr. Speaker. When one of our colleagues here abducted himself, the police did a fantastic job. They told us what happened. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect a detailed report of that nature, Mr. Speaker, from the police soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, as people from the Fish Lake region, we are grieving, Mr. Speaker. We have lost a very young, prominent young boy, Mr. Speaker, who had a very bright future. But when I see people taking advantage of it politically, Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that you directed the Committee of National Security to look into this matter, and also the police and the Independent Police Oversight Authority. Mr. Speaker, I want a report as soon as possible so that we know what happened to our son as people from the South Nyanza region, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not politicize this matter. If you want politics, kill your son and go and mourn on your own, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Let's not open this. Order. Order, members. I did direct in your full view the chair of the committee to expeditiously bring facts to the House, not rumors, facts. And I followed the proceedings. Members of that committee, I salute you. You have been very, very incisive in putting questions to those police officers. And I hope and believe that on Tuesday, Tongoyo, you bring a comprehensive report, and any one of you who wants to comment, who has material to add, I'll give you an opportunity. We must move to the next business. Call out order number. You have already said that. Yes. Go to order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. Question to be put on that reading.
Honourable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the whole House on its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg.
Thanks to the disruption by the Minority Leader, that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the whole House on its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. As men of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024 be now read a third time, and I also request Honorable Catherine Omanyo, a strong member of that group, to second.
I second fully because I was involved from A to Z.
I beg to
second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024 be now read a third time. Do I put the question? I now put the question, and I confirm that we have quorum in the House, which is that...
Need a domain but don't know how to build a website? Let AI help kickstart your online business and do the work for you with the absolutely...
And the cultural heritage of communities and for connected purposes. Order number 9, institution to provide for the protection and promotion of culture and the heritage of communities and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on the consolidated fund services expenditures for the estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. Question to be put.
All right, we have images on your screen. I see a fire there. The top image on the left-hand side of the screen, this looks like Aga Khan Walk to me, and there have been protests. We've been seeing, looks like 2 vehicles have been set alight. Prior to this, we've seen bins that have been vandalized and an exchange of tear gas with the protesters and the police, as well as projectiles. But there we have on your screen images of cars having been set alight in the central business district. And we have Seth Olale, who is on the ground. Seth, can you tell us what is happening?
Good afternoon. Very intense clashes between the anti-riot police officers and protesters. It is now very, very, very intense. You have helicopters hovering in the air, keeping surveillance on the ground. You have multiple sections of security agencies, including the GSU. There is also plainclothes policemen. There is, you know, is very, very, very chaotic scenes along Moi Avenue, Adambe Avenue, beg your pardon, now in at the intersection between Moi Avenue, Adambe Avenue, and Haile Selassie Avenue. Right now, it's a no-go zone, this particular road, leading towards Parliament buildings, leading towards the Treasury. What happened earlier was that the crowd that had actually assembled here, the protesters, actually what happened is that that particular number kept on increasing, and now this led to a very, very, very heavy deployment of anti-riot police officers they are trying to repulse protesters, at least to the other side. And only as you can hear, this is now escalating. Very, 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 very heavy sound of discharge from police armory. This is now an escalation in terms of what happened actually an hour earlier. But this time it's like the security agencies are now gone full-blown in terms of repulsing protesters that are trying to now move them region, upper section of Nairobi Central Business District, where right now the budget, the 2025-2026 budget presentation is now underway in Parliament. So the security agencies who are deployed here in their hundreds are now trying to make this particular crowd move away from the upper side of the Nairobi Central Business District, at least now to the other side of the CBD, where you usually call it River Road and the lower section. It is a very, very, very heavy deployment of security officers. Protesters have managed to barricade most of the major roads in Treasury and Parliament. Now, in the midst of this particular clash and commotion, workers who were just leaving their offices. Remember that this only where we are right now at the Harambe Avenue, many government offices are found here, that especially the office of the office of the deputy annex, the Harambe annex, just right opposite. And so it is really a critical infrastructure as far as security installations here is concerned. But right now, Olive, I'm just walking to where a vehicle has just been torched. I don't repeat this, like right now we just managed to walk, and right now where a vehicle is being torched, and this particular vehicle is still on fire. Now this is just next to what you can call Kenya Cinema, or also just near the Kenya Commercial Bank, and a few meters also from the electricity house away. And so we can confirm right now that a vehicle has been torched, and on that other side also a lot of curious onlookers, also a section of protesters at that particular side. And this is now, escalating, Olive, as I mentioned, because earlier on it was just, the protesters were chanting, no justice, no budget, and also they were chanting, saying that this, we are doing it for the late Albert Ojwang. They were saying that this is for justice for Albert Ojwang. They're also chanting anti-slogans against the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Eliud Lagat, stating that he must resign, he must go, and they're not going to back away, they're not going to back down. But right now, what we are seeing is a more chaotic confrontation, because right now it is not only chance. We are seeing at least 1-2 vehicles have been torched, and this is just adjacent to Kenya Cinema. Very chaotic, very violent scenes. Now, the most worrying part is that employees, some government officials, other businessmen and women who are now trying to, leave their premises, just to leave the CBD as fast as possible, have now been caught in this particular milieu, in this particular confrontation between police officers and the demonstrators. And right now they're being told to hold on. They're being told everyone is now being told to be indoors. Everyone is being now returned to their various buildings where they were coming from, and being told to wait until at least things calm down over here. And so we're just here, Olive, trying as much as possible just to, be on the forefront and just to get to, experience this as it happens, so that Also, we report factually and right. And if you can hear, Olive, there is air surveillance. This has been ongoing for now 3 hours, the air surveillance. But underneath the police choppers that are hovering around the CBD, you have a very intense clash between protesters and the anti-riot police brigade from the National Police Service, Olive.
Thank you for bringing us up to speed, Seth Olale. We keep an eye on that situation, even as we transition now to Parliament, where the CS for Treasury, and that is John Mbadi, is expected to deliver his budget statement. They've outlined their priorities, but as you can see on the left side of your screen, some vehicles were set alight, and Seth Olale tells us it's around Harambee Avenue and Moy Avenue, an intersection there. So let's listen in to Parliament, even as we keep an eye on the situation. The Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi having made his way into the Chamber of Parliament.
Order. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a short communication. Honorable members, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C. Who is the member with his phone? Who is the member behind KJ? Honorable Gonzirai, you are one of the fathers of this house. We forgive you. Okay, order members. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. Pursuant to the said provisions, I will shortly interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2025, 2026, and the medium term. In accordance with the standing orders, I have also designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honourable members, as we welcome the Cabinet Secretary to the National Assembly, I wish to remind the House that today's event is largely ceremonial. No decision required on the speech as the supply period, which commences with the consideration of the budget estimates and concludes with the enactment of an Appropriation Act, is still ongoing. Having said that, honourable members, and before we proceed, I take this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the presence of distinguished guests in the galleries of the House today, both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. They include Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons, and Chief Executive Officers of various parastatals, senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and development partners. Honourable members, I also wish to recognize and appreciate the presence of university student leaders and their colleagues from our universities across the country, members of Bunge la Wananchi, representatives of various youth and women groups, a group of traders representing a cross-section of our small-scale business community, including border riders, who are with us today. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Before I invite the Cabinet Secretary to make the pronouncement, I wish to remind the House, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard in total silence, without question or clarification being sought by any one of you. Honorable members, and you'll only cheer by thumping your feet, not by verbal expressions. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2025-2026. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, you are now invited to proceed. I thank you, members. Yes. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the National Assembly. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to read budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor and privilege that I present to this esteemed House and the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026 budget. I make this statement in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these legal provisions give life to the building constitutional requirements of good governance to which the President and certainly the National Treasury and Economic Planning remain fully committed to. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, for the trust he bestowed upon me by appointing me as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to provide leadership in economic and financial affairs of our country. I remain mindful of the aspirations and high expectations of the Kenyan people as I serve in this office. The Constitution protects realization of economic, social, and cultural rights, which includes the rights to adequate food, to adequate housing, to education, right to health, to social security, and to take part in cultural life, to water and sanitation, and also right to work. This budget, Mr. Speaker, speaks to these rights and reaffirms the priority policies and strategies aimed at stimulating economic recovery, articulated in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, otherwise known as BETTER, on strategic investment in areas that generate the highest impact, particularly in job creation and income generation at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, significant successes have been achieved through the intervention and structural reforms. These measures have laid a solid foundation for economic recovery and set us on a path towards long-term growth and stability. Mr. Speaker, let me mention just a few achievements under BETTER. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average growth of 5.2% for the period between 2023 and 2024, outpacing both global growth of 3.3% and 3.8% for the sub-Saharan African region over the same period. Other macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rate have strongly rebounded, projected to remain stable. Second, the government has rolled out fertilizer and seed subsidies to farmers across the country, and that has boosted production in key food value chains and revived underperforming or collapsed export crops such as pyrethrum. Since February 2024, Mr. Speaker, a total of 6.5 million registered farmers have benefited from the fertilizer subsidy program. And as a result of these initiatives, the cost of fertilizer has declined by 67%, from Kenya shillings 7,500 in 2022 to 2,500 in 2025. While maize production has increased by 38.9%, from 61.7 million bags in 2022 to 8 million bags in 2024. A clear demonstration of the positive impact of our agricultural reforms towards food security and improved household income. Third, to support livelihoods and small businesses, the government has disbursed loans amounting to over 75 billion by the end of May 2025 through the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund. This initiative has provided access to affordable credit to over 26 million customers with a strong base of 9 million repeat borrowers and a repayment rate of 79%. A total of 4.5 million borrowers are eligible to be graduated to the mainstream financing institutions. And to build a culture of savings for the future, the fund has also successfully mobilized 4.5 billion in savings from its beneficiaries. Fourth, to enhance the attainment of universal health coverage, the government has expanded social health insurance. And as of May 2025, more than 22 million Kenyans were registered with the Social Health Authority, what we call SHA, representing a remarkable 175% increase in membership compared to the 8 million previously enrolled under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF. This marks a major milestone, Mr. Speaker, in our health sector reforms and brings us closer to our goal of equitable, affordable, and accessible health care for all. Fifth, in fulfillment of the commitment to deepen home ownership and close the housing gap, the government has facilitated the construction of affordable housing units across the country. Since September 2022, 2,379 affordable housing units have been completed across 4 counties, with another 11,000 units in the last stages of completion. The units have been advertised for sale to the public through the Bomayangu platform. And in addition, there are 148,465 units under active construction across the remaining 43 counties. As part of the program, the government is also supporting the development of institutional housing for the uniformed services and students. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, these efforts have created over 250,000 direct and indirect jobs for Kenyans. In addition, over 11 billion has been ring-fenced for Juakali and MSMEs to support local fabrication of steel doors, windows, and other construction materials. Sixth, to drive digital transformation and inclusion, the government has expanded last-mile fiber optic connectivity to 13,590 kilometers in 2025, up from 8,900 kilometers in 2022, an increase of 53%. 2, established 285 digital hubs across the country, and also increased the number of digitized government services from 350 in 2022 to 20,985 in 2025 through integration with the e-citizen and mobile platforms, ensuring seamless access for all Kenyans. 7, to promote access to reliable and competitive energy, the government has expanded energy generation by installing an additional 167 megawatts of electricity from 3,076 megawatts in 2022 to 3,243 megawatts in 2025. This has enabled connection of 932,839 more customers to electricity. The system peak has increased from 2,149 megawatts of electricity in July 2022 to 2,316 megawatts of electricity in February 2025. The total number of customers connected to electricity has increased to 10 million in 2025 from 8.9 million in 2022. Eighth, to boost education and training outcomes in the country as a tool of creating equality in society, the government has invested significant resources and implemented radical changes in the education sector. And these include resolving the uncertainty around the competency-based curriculum, CBC, launching of the Kenya Education Management Information System to consolidate all existing student registers from early childhood development to institutions of higher learning into a single centralized database, and rolling out of a new student-focused higher education focusing model with special emphasis for students from vulnerable families. Additionally, in order to improve the teacher-student ratio, the government has recruited 76,000 teachers, including junior secondary school teachers. Ninth, to enhance domestic and regional connectivity, boost rural productivity, improve urban informal settlement, and reduce urban congestion, this government has constructed an additional 174 kilometers of roads and 129 bridges from 2022 to April 30th, 2025. Further, the government has rehabilitated an additional 212 kilometers of roads and periodically maintains 126,177 kilometers of roads. 10th, the government has also made significant progress in expanding social protection through the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. From 2022 to 2025, the number of households with orphans and vulnerable children receiving support has increased by 65% to 428,421. Additionally, persons living with disabilities registered for support grew by 34% to 59,637. The number of senior citizens aged 70 years and above registered for social protection also rose by 66% to over 1.2 million. These efforts have provided stable incomes to the beneficiaries and reduced their dependency on relatives, enhancing their dignity and quality of life. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, notwithstanding these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to address the pressing challenges facing Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, in the budget-making process, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on how to address the economic challenges facing our country. In my various engagements at open barazas and in the media, Kenyans have been very resolute in voicing their concerns that include overtaxation and high cost of living, unemployment, need for protection of the poor and vulnerable, and more importantly, the need to reduce government expenditure and wastage of resources across the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, I am alive to these domestic challenges facing Kenyans and the external factors such as geopolitical tensions and shifting global trade dynamics that lead to escalation of the cost of essential commodities in the country, requiring comprehensive responses by government. As you may recall, the social unrest precipitated by the Finance Bill of 2024 as enshrined in our Constitution. In response to win public trust, we have strengthened public participation in all policy formulation, including budget-making process. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have actively engaged Kenyans in various social forums in an effort to promote inclusive dialogue on the challenges facing our economy. And as a result of these consultations, we are focused on the following broad areas. First, easing tax burden on Kenyans by increasing the pool of taxpayers and enhancing tax compliance. In this respect, the ongoing work on the digitization and automation of the Kenya Revenue Authority, in line with the Kenya's medium-term revenue strategy. Thus, all who are able shall henceforth contribute to financing the operations of government and development of our country. Second, to enhance liquidity in the economy and support small businesses, we have started the process of settling pending bills that have been validated, particularly those related to road construction, which has resulted in resumption of road construction projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the pending bills verification committee will share their final report by the end of June 2025. This report will be analyzed and recommendations tabled in Cabinet for approval, after which we shall embark on the process of clearing the eligible bills, starting with those related to individuals, businesses, and the micro, small, and medium enterprises, majority of whom have borne the brunt of non-payment. Third, promotion of good governance on public finance matters. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have expressed concerns about the public debt. Indeed, there is a perception of lack of transparency in the management of public debt. In this regard, I requested the Auditor General to conduct a comprehensive audit of public debt. This audit is currently ongoing, and once completed, the report will be shared with this House. Fourth, there has been public perception and concerns in the past that our budgets tend to be unrealistic. To address these concerns, we took a two-pronged approach. First, we adopted the zero-based budgeting, where every budget item has to be justified at the beginning of every financial year. This process was used in the preparation of the financial year 2025-2026 budget, which is the first time it is used, and which budget I submitted to this House on the 30th of April 2025. Second, in response to concerns on unrealistic revenue projections, we have reduced revenue projection to be in line with the trends. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, revenue projections in the 2025-26 budget and over the medium term are consistent with the growth of the economy. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, in the public procurement process, I launched the e-procurement system on April 7, 2025, and beginning of 1st July 2025, all procurement by ministries, departments, and agencies will be done through the e-procurement system without any exception. This will reduce the opaqueness and save government resources, estimated at 10% of procurable budgets. Sixth, we have taken deliberate effort to enhance and promote inclusive policy making and deepen public understanding of government economic priorities. We have not only intensified media engagement through the TV stations and radios, but have also engaged the public in open places like Jivanji Garden, Bunge la Wananchi, and Mombasa County, where we held a meeting at Swahili Post Amphitheater. Similar engagements have taken place in other locations in Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, and Nyeri, thereby providing valuable insights and lessons which have been taken into consideration while preparing this budget. 7, Mr. Speaker, in order to create additional jobs for the youth, the government has begun rolling out a nationwide program that will engage over 110,000 youth across all 47 counties. The program started last year in Nairobi's informal settlements and has been a great success. Now it is being expanded to the rest of the country. Climate Works is designed as a social support program that gives young people paid work to improve their communities. The youth will help build roads, plant trees, and clean up the environment in their neighborhoods. Thus, through this climate work, the government is not only providing a paycheck to help young people meet their immediate needs, but also offering financial support to help them develop themselves and their families. Indeed, the program enables them to save money and prepare for their next steps, including starting businesses, continuing their education, or finding long-term jobs. I encourage all our youth to register ahead of the registration deadline. Today, Mr. Speaker, having heard Kenyans loud and clear, we have accommodated their diverse concerns in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And in this regard, this budget provides highlights of the measures the government has taken to stimulate economic recovery, strengthen macroeconomic stability, and enhance resilience of our economy. Mr. Speaker, achieving these strategic objectives will require that we pull in the same direction. It is in this context that His Excellency the President has urged us to put our differences aside, build bridges, and focus on implementation of strategic interventions for a better Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, the theme for this year's budget is stimulating sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods, job creation, and business and industrial prosperity in line with better. That is bottom-up economic transformation agenda. That is the theme. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in the implementation of the government's agenda, we are also conscious of the fiscal constraints that demand our collective attention and thoughtful action. 1. Rising demands for increased public spending, which could lead to either higher debt or the need to raise taxes, both of which require careful consideration and balanced decision-making given current public concerns. 2, we face constraints on account of public debt accumulation. Progressively, our debt carrying capacity has narrowed. This calls for prudence and discipline on how we manage and take on new debt. And finally, we face the challenges of mobilizing higher tax revenues as we must balance the need for increased revenues with the need to keep the cost of doing business low to stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, these constraints are interlinked, and addressing them effectively requires strategic planning, fiscal discipline, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. In this regard, this budget will continue to implement a fiscal consolidation plan designed towards slowing down the growth of public debt while protecting service delivery to our citizens. Given the limited resources we have made tough choices by curtailing funding to lower priority areas. This has allowed us to redirect our scarce resources towards the better core pillars and enablers, accelerating outcomes for citizens while maintaining pro-poor spending in health, education, and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement will present the economic context around which this budget is prepared, policy priorities and structural reforms under better, the proposed resource allocations as well as revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. And therefore, let me start with the economic policy context. And I will first speak to the global context. Mr. Speaker, 2025-2026 budget has been prepared in the context of heightened uncertainty due to recent tariff wars and the intensification of geopolitical tensions, which continue to pose significant risks to global economies. In this regard and respect, global economic growth is expected to slow from 3.3% in 2024 to 2.8% in 2025, and finally to 3% in 2026. Now, let me come to the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, on the domestic front, the economy has remained resilient, as I stated earlier, recording an average growth rate of 5.2% for the years 2023 and 2024. This performance is higher than the global average, 3.3%, and also higher than the sub-Saharan African region average of 3.8 over the same period. This strong growth reflects the impact of sound and deliberate policies, as well as the resilience of our well-diversified economy. These factors have enabled us to withstand significant domestic and external shocks while maintaining a steady path of progress. In 2024, the economy grew by 4.7%, supported by positive growth in all sectors except construction and mining. This growth was lower compared to 5.7% in 2023, mainly due to adverse effects of floods in the second quarter and the anti-finance bill protests in the third quarter of 2024 that disrupted economic activities. In fact, our economy closed down for about 3 months. Mr. Speaker, the government's policy interventions have strengthened the macroeconomic indicators as reflected in the following achievements. Number one, inflation rates has declined to 3.8% in May 2025 from a peak of 9.6% in October 2022. The prices of essential food items, including sugar, milk, maize flour, wheat flour, bread, and rice, among others, have eased. For example, the price of 2 kilograms of sifted maize flour has declined to 156.9 shillings in May 2025 from Kenya shillings 177.7 in October 2022. Similarly, cost of energy and power has also come down over the same period. Second, in response to the decline in inflation, the Central Bank of Kenya has gradually eased monetary policy, lowering the central bank rate from 13% in August 2024 to 9.75% in June 2025. With the easing of monetary policy stance, interest rates have been declining. For example, the 91-day Treasury bills rates have declined from an average of 15.9% in May 2024 to 8.3% by May 2025. In addition, the average commercial bank lending rates that peaked at 17.2% in November 2024 have since declined to 15.7% in April 2025 and are expected to decline further. This decline has not only reduced the cost on government debt, but is also expected to stimulate lending by banks to the private sector and support economic activity. And third, foreign exchange market has remained stable, supported by a narrowing in the current account deficit and improved investor sentiment and confidence in our economy. The current account deficit narrowed to an all-time low at 1.3% of GDP in 2024 from 2.5% of GDP in 2023, supported by export of goods, resilient tourism, and remittance inflows, and a contraction in food imports. As a result, our foreign exchange reserves have increased to their highest levels and stood at US $10.5 billion, which is equivalent to 4.7 months of import cover by 30th of May 2025, and continue to provide adequate cover and a buffer against any short-term shocks in the foreign exchange market. The exchange rate against the US dollar has also appreciated from 159.7 to the dollar in January 2024 to stabilize at Kenya shillings 129.3 shillings to the dollar by 30th of May 2025. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to sustain growth momentum in 2025 and 2026, with the growth projected at 5.3% per year. And Mr. Speaker, this growth outlook is premised on a stable macroeconomic environment over the medium term. To foster macroeconomic stability, the government will continue to uphold prudent monetary and fiscal policies, ensuring that our actions remain aligned with the evolving needs of the economy and of the Kenyan people. As part of the process, the government will work to ensure that inflation remains within the targeted range, maintain a competitive exchange rate to the dollar, and deliver stable interest rates. Fiscal policy stance over the medium term will continue to support the government's priority programs under BETTER through a growth-oriented fiscal consolidation path. And as such, the fiscal deficit is projected to decline from 5.3% of GDP in the financial year 2023-24 to 2.7% of GDP in the financial year 2028-2029. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's economic outlook faces both external and domestic risks. Globally, trade tensions, financial market volatility, and geopolitical conflicts would reduce Kenya's exports, tourism and remittances, as well as raise costs of essential commodities. In the domestic scene, extreme weather may impact agriculture, infrastructure, and food security. The government is monitoring these risks closely and will take necessary action and measures to safeguard macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, let me now expound on the policy priorities and structural reforms that the government is implementing to sustain economic growth and the livelihood of Kenyans. The priorities are under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, as I have already affirmed earlier in my statement, government's initiatives under Better over the last 2.5 years have resulted in significant success in some challenging domestic and external landscape. Over the medium term, the government will consolidate the gains already realized to stimulate sustainable economic recovery for improved livelihoods. Towards this end, the government will continue to implement policies, programs, projects, and the interventions geared towards 1, bringing further down the cost of living, 2, ensuring food security, 3, creating jobs, 4, expanding the tax base, 5, improving foreign exchange balances, and finally, fostering inclusive growth. Priority given to attracting strategic investment across Better's 5 core pillars and their enablers, using a value chain approach to enhance production and add value and improve market access. This will be supported by a whole-of-government approach to service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the government will also implement the following interventions to support and accelerate economic recovery. First, continue to uphold macroeconomic stability and strengthen security to ensure safe and supportive business. Second, accelerate the development of key infrastructure, including roads, railway, energy, and water systems to lower the cost of doing business and ease the movement of the people and goods. Third, boost investment in key economic sectors to drive broad-based, sustainable growth by advancing agricultural transformation, strengthening manufacturing, promoting environmental conservation, and climate change mitigation, to ensure sustainable land use and management. Fourth, strengthen human capital development by increasing investment in health, education, and targeted social safety nets for vulnerable populations to achieve both social and economic outcomes. Fifth, promote empowerment of youth, women, and persons living with disability through government-funded programs complemented by strategic partnerships with private sector organizations. Sixth, facilitate fiscal decentralization by allocating share of programs and effectiveness in public service delivery. I want now turn to delivery. And finally and lastly, undertake policy, legal and institutional reforms to improve efficiency and effectiveness in public service delivery. I want to now turn to a presentation on building resilience. Here, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, climate change is now a global crisis, and Kenya remains vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, which pose both economic and fiscal risks. In response, the government is taking proactive steps to align with the global transition towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. To address the challenges and opportunities in climate finance and investment, the government has developed a number of frameworks, including climate finance mobilization strategy, national policy framework, and social and environmental sustainability projects. The government is developing a sustainability-linked bond framework that will allow the issuance. We reaffirm our dedication to protecting our environment, safeguarding livelihoods, and building a climate-resilient Kenya. In Kenya for current and future generations. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we continue to experience challenges of disaster occurrences, mainly due to weather variability and climate change. These pose significant fiscal disruptions while at the same time affecting lives and livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in order to have a financing framework to manage disaster risks, the government is finalizing the development of the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations of 2025. The regulations seek to establish a dedicated fund for addressing 4 cycles of disaster risk management, namely preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Allow me now to policy and legal institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that sustainable economic recovery depends on the timely implementation of effective policy, legal, and institutional reforms, the government is implementing the following interventions to enhance the business environment, improve efficiency in public service delivery, and bolster accountability and transparency in the management of public finances. Number 1, public procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, to streamline public procurement, we developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill of 2024, which is currently in Parliament for promote the use of local content and align with international best practices. I urge the honorable members to fast-track this enactment. Its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully automate public procurement and asset disposal processes, I launched the end-to-end e-government procurement system in April 2025. The e-government procurement system is a departure, a complete departure from the manual processes, and will lead to increased bidder participation, enhanced efficiency in processing of procurement requests, and increased authenticity of procurement documents through integration with various government systems. Mr. Speaker, the rollout of the e-procurement system is scheduled for July 2025. In order to ensure effective use of this system, the National Treasury rolled out the training of end users from procuring entities in both the national and county governments on the e-government procurement system phase 1 modules that cover procurement planning to contract management. We have since trained suppliers, and to date, 400 e-government procurement system end users comprising public finance management staff and suppliers from both the national and county governments have been trained in readiness for full rollout in July 2025. Next, I want to speak to restraining growth of public sector wage bill, which has been of serious concern. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to implement measures aimed at reducing the ratio of the government wage bill as a share of tax revenue, with a view to free much-needed resources for priority social and development spending. The government will implement the following initiatives to control the wage bill. First, the government will fully implement the unified human resource management system across all public sector entities by July 2025. This initiative is part of broader efforts to enhance public sector efficiency, improve management of wage bill, and ensure the effective utilization of public funds. Second, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission continues to sustainably reduce the number of allowances in public service through a phased approach aimed at streamlining allowances to improve transparency, accountability, equity, and fairness, thereby ensuring total public compensation bill is affordable and fiscally sustainable. To this end, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will progressively review allowances and benefits in the future collective bargaining agreements, aligning them to the allowances policy guidelines for the public service. Allow me now to turn to state corporations reforms. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, state corporations are a major source of fiscal risks to public finances due to management and operational inefficiencies. An assessment conducted by the National Treasury to determine viability of state corporations identified critical gaps and vulnerabilities. Mr. Speaker, to address the vulnerabilities, Cabinet in 2025 approved reforms to streamline state corporations and enhance governance and accountability of the corporations. The reforms target to address operational and financial inefficiencies, enhance service delivery, and reduce over-reliance on exchequer support by state corporations. The approved reforms include the following. First, merger of 42 state corporations into 20 entities to improve operational efficiency and eliminate redundancy, as some have duplicate and or overlapping mandates. Second, dissolution of 25 state corporations and their functions transferred back to their parent ministries or other state corporations. Third, restructuring 6 state corporations to align their mandates for improved performances. Fourth, declassification of 4 public funds currently categorized as state corporations and transferring their functions back to the relevant ministries. And fifth, declassification of 13 professional bodies currently categorized as state corporations to private entities with no exchequer budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance operational efficiency, improve governance and ownership of state corporations, the government developed the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2024. The bill is part of broader efforts by the government to streamline public enterprises, reduce fiscal risks, and enhance service delivery to citizens. The bill is currently before this August House for consideration. Thank you. I urge honorable members to favorably consider the bill to enable its enactment. Mr. Speaker, in order to secure the uptake of cotton production, while also providing alternative linked supplies for local apparel manufacturers, the Cabinet approved the revival and commercialization of Rivertex East Africa Limited by onboarding non-equity strategic partners. Mr. Speaker, on sugar sector reforms, His Excellency the President reaffirmed his commitment during this year's Madaraka Day celebrations to ensure the prompt payment of sugarcane farmers. The government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. Currently, 4 state-owned sugar factories, Chemelil Sugar Company, Muhoroni Sugar Company, Nzoia Sugar Company, and South Nyanza Sugar Company, which is also known as Sony, have been placed under competitive leasing arrangements. This initiative is expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Let me now turn to pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to resolving the long-standing issues of pending bills dating back to 2005 as part of broader efforts to strengthen public financial management and restore confidence in government processes. In this respect, the Pending Bills Verification Committee that was appointed in September 2023 is currently finalizing its report for submission by end of this month. Since its inauguration, the committee received a total of 65,625 pending bills claims valued at over 571.6 billion. The committee has analyzed 57% of the bills received valued at 522 billion. The 57% is in terms of numbers. Out of this, a total of 202 billion has been recommended for settlement. Once the committee submits its report, we shall submit the recommendations to Cabinet for approval to settle the pending bills. Let me now speak to national assets and inventory management reforms. Mr. Speaker, in order to promote prudent management of public assets and liabilities, the National Treasury digitized assets in the assets and inventory management modules in the IFMIS for use by both national government and county governments. Already, 52 state departments have gone live on the IFMIS asset module and are at various stages of uploading their registers for 6 asset categories, namely land, building, motor vehicles, ICT equipment, office equipment, and furniture and fittings. In addition, a roadmap is in place to roll out the module to the county government, and this reform will enable accounting officers have visibility of all assets and inventory under their control and facilitate optimal assets utilization. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, To enhance the management and utilization of public assets, the government is developing a policy on public sector asset valuation. The policy will support accurate financial reporting, strengthen fiscal discipline, and inform evidence-based public investment decisions. In addition, the government will develop framework to facilitate identification of public sector assets, and this will ensure accuracy and completeness of assets register, which are critical for transition to accrual basis of accounting. On financial sector reforms, Mr. Speaker, the banking sector has remained stable and resilient with a strong asset base, which grew by 1.5 from 7.6 trillion in April 2024 to 7.7 trillion in April 2025. To anchor the banking sector to continue playing its role in Kenya's socio-economic transformation, various reforms have been implemented, which include, first, the Central Bank of Kenya lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks in Kenya in April 2025. This is expected to attract foreign direct investment in the sector, resulting in competition and consequently reduced lending rates. Second, to promote the greening of banking sector, Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued the Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy and the Climate Risk Disclosure Framework for implementation by the sector. The Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy is a tool to classify whether particular economic activities are green or environmentally sustainable and promote the transition to a low carbon economy. The Climate Risk Disclosure Framework is aimed at enabling banks to integrate climate-related risks into their governance, strategy, risk management, and disclosure frameworks. It is also intended to enable banks to leverage on business opportunities from efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And third, issuance of guidelines on global liquidity standards and leverage ratios. The Central Bank of Kenya in April 2025 issued guidelines on liquidity coverage ratio, net stable funding ratio, and leverage ratio for the banking sector. These guidelines will enhance the banking sector's liquidity and capital frameworks to promote greater financial stability and resilience, thereby ensuring that banks have the ability to withstand unexpected shocks, maintain stable funding, and manage their risk profiles effectively. Mr. Speaker, the Central Bank of Kenya, in collaboration with the National Treasury and other stakeholders, are developing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy for the period covering 2025 to 2028. The strategy provides a consolidated framework for advancing financial inclusion agenda to meet the needs of all Kenyans through deepening access and usage of financial services, enhancing quality of affordable financial products that meet consumer demands. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital finance in Kenya, the government will continue to implement the National Payment Strategy for the period 2022 to 2025 and fast-track finalization of a national policy on digital finance. In order to reform and modernize the national payment system, Central Bank of Kenya is doing the following. 1. Undertaking a comprehensive review of the national payment system legal and regulatory framework. 2. Implementing a fast payment system that seeks to address persistent challenges in interoperability, affordability, and the high cost of digital transaction. And third, effective 1st July 2025, the Kenya Electronic Payment and Settlement System will transition to a 24/7 settlement capability. This will support round-the-clock trade, enable faster clearing of government payments, facilitate real-time business-to-business transactions, and provide greater flexibility for consumers and financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, following the grey listing of the Republic of Kenya by the Financial Action Task Force in February 2024, the government has continuously addressed the technical deficiencies identified in Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report, which was published by Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group in September 2024. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, one of the technical deficiencies identified in the Kenya's Mutual Evaluation Report was lack of a policy and regulatory framework to the virtual assets and virtual assets service providers. In order to regulate this sector, the government has developed the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025, which is currently before Parliament. Again, I urge honorable members to fast-track its enactment. On capital markets development, To further deepen the capital markets, the government continues to review the legal and regulatory framework to address emerging issues in the sector. In particular, the government overhauled the public officer regulations and collective investment schemes regulations to spur uptake of products while ensuring that investors are protected. The government has also approved new regulatory frameworks to support credit ratings and alternative investment funds, which have attracted a lot of interest from investors. Further, the government is in the process of reviewing the regulatory framework for licensing, margin trading, conduct of business for market intermediaries, and mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers. Once in place, these regulations will reinvigorate capital markets activity and make our capital markets more facilitative and efficient. Mr. Speaker, to diversify the government sources of financing, a Sukuk bond has been issued while other Sharia-compliant products are in the pipeline. The first Sukuk bond raised 3.2 billion, which has been effectively deployed in the affordable housing program and pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Act, Mr. Speaker, now I turn to the pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2024, we introduced a number of incentives aimed at increasing disposable income to our senior citizens once they retire. And I thank this Honorable House for passing this Tax Laws Amendment Bill in December. We, among others, increased tax deductible amount, removed tax on all retirement benefits, and introduced tax exemption on pension savings towards post-retirement medical schemes. Mr. Speaker, despite the reforms introduced in this sector, benefit adequacy remains a persistent challenge. Many retirees still find their pensions insufficient to meet their basic needs. And Mr. Speaker, the retirement benefits system predominantly covers the working population in the public and private sector to the exclusion of the unemployed population, who are majority in the informal sector. To address this, the National Treasury, in collaboration with key stakeholders, is implementing the National Retirement Benefits Policy. This policy outlines a clear, forward-looking strategy to address long-standing structural challenges, such as fragmented legal frameworks, exclusion of informal sector workers, limited medical cover for the elderly, weak portability mechanisms, and inadequate dispute resolution structures. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to fulfilling its obligations to retired public servants while ensuring that our pension systems is modern, inclusive, efficient, and sustainable. In this respect, the government is undertaking reforms aimed at delivering faster, more transparent, and citizen-friendly pension services. Key among these reforms is the re-engineering of the pension management information system, which, together with the launch of a pension self-registration platform, will significantly improve data accuracy, enhance biometric verification, and reduce pension processing time from several months to less than 30 days. These reforms will also ensure real-time claims tracking and integration with the national identification and payroll system, reducing errors and potential leakages. The re-engineered pension management system is planned for rollout on 1st of July 2025 and will transform pension administration by 1. Enabling ministries, departments, and agencies to submit pension claims online at source through integration with government human resource systems. 2. Allowing pensioners and beneficiaries to access services remotely and track the status of their claims in real time. And 3. Providing automated updates to clients on the progress of their claims through system-generated notifications. On insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the growth of the insurance industry in Kenya, the government will speed up the approval of the National Insurance Policy and its implementation. The policy will guide the review of the Insurance Act, which has served its purpose, albeit with progressive amendments for the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Regulatory Authority is undertaking focused training on livestock and crop insurance, targeting farmers and pastoralist communities. These efforts are aimed at improving understanding and access to agricultural insurance as a tool for mitigating climate-related risks and protecting livelihoods of farmers and pastoralist communities. The authority is also conducting a comprehensive money laundering and terrorist financing risk assessment on the vulnerability of the insurance industry. This will aid in the identification of areas of improvement so as to strengthen the supervisory framework. On reforms under the education sector, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is committed to upholding the right to education, including free and compulsory basic education as guaranteed under Article 53B of the Constitution of Kenya. While we are cognizant that examinations must be conducted as scheduled later this year, there is need to undertake a critical evaluation of the costing of examinations, assess the sustainability of the program in view of the prevailing fiscal constraints, and explore optimal options for delivering national examinations in order to ensure economy and value for money in public spending. Mr. Speaker, a key consideration is the merits of public funding of examination fees for all primary and secondary school candidates, including those from well-off households, as opposed to targeting the vulnerable students in our schools. We should also explore options of making the exercise of delivering national examinations simple and affordable without compromising the credibility of the exercise. To this end, the National Treasury is in consultations with the Ministry of Education on how best to achieve this at a minimal cost possible, including evaluating possible cost-sharing mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to ensuring access to quality education for all children. In this regard, I assure the public and the 2025 examination candidates of our commitment to provide adequate funding for 2025 national examinations. On the fiscal policy framework, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of 2024-2025 budget has faced notable challenges, primarily following the withdrawal of the Finance Bill of 2024. Its withdrawal, alongside the associated public demonstrations, adversely affected economic activity and disrupted business operations across the country, compounding the fiscal pressures facing the government already. In response, the government undertook a revision of the fiscal framework through Supplementary Expense Number 1 in August 2024. This revision reflected a lower revenue base following the preliminary outcomes of financial year 2023-24, while also addressing immediate cash flow constraints. These adjustments were critical to ensuring the continuity of public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the mid-year economic disruptions, the budget execution has been further constrained by shortfalls in revenue and emerging expenditure pressures. Notably, the implementation of the collective bargaining agreements and funding requirements under the new university education financing model have placed significant demands on the available fiscal space. These challenges have led to cash flow pressures and a buildup of pending obligations, necessitating careful fiscal management and reprioritization. To address these evolving dynamics, the government prepared supplementary budget estimates to accommodate revenue shortfalls experienced during the current fiscal year and accommodated expenditure pressures. On domestic revenue mobilization, Mr. Speaker, in order to support our economic agenda and sustain key government programs, the government continues to implement a balanced mix of tax policy and administrative measures aimed at significantly boosting revenue collection. As part of the process, the government is focused on broadening the tax base while reducing the burden of compliance. In this regard, we have prioritized sectors such as the digital economy, agribusiness, and small and medium enterprises in tax, education, and outreach programs. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority continues to embrace modern technology to streamline tax processes, facilitate trade, and enhance voluntary compliance. A key milestone in this journey is the launch of Gava Connect, an open application programming interface platform that enables Kenyan developers to build homegrown solutions for efficient access to tax services. This program enhances service delivery, improves transparency, and strengthens our ability to detect tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Revenue Authority has also introduced several digital tools to simplify compliance and boost operational efficiency. One is what we call auto-populated VAT returns for seamless, accurate, tax filing. 2, simplified pay returns, accessible via mobile, web, and application program interface. 3, electronic rental income tax system that has enabled transparent rental income declarations. And 4, forecourt electronic tax invoice management system integration in the petroleum sector, connecting fuel dispensers to point-of-sale terminals. This enables real-time transmission of sales data to electronic tax invoice management system, simplifying compliance and ensuring greater transparency in fuel transactions. Mr. Speaker, these solutions are more than just tech updates. They are the drivers of economic empowerment and accountability. Indeed, by simplifying tax procedures, developing user-friendly digital platforms, and providing on-the-ground support, Kenya Revenue Authority is nurturing a fair and inclusive tax culture, one that enables businesses to thrive while meeting their obligations. Mr. Speaker, building on the progress made, our focus in the financial year 2025-26 and over the medium term will be to strengthen domestic resource mobilization through the following key initiatives. First, continue with the implementation of the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy to provide a consistent and predictable framework for tax administration and policy formulation. Second, continue with the automation of tax administration processes to improve the overall efficiency of the tax system. And third, enhancing non-tax revenue collection by enabling ministries, departments, and agencies to generate income through the services they provide to the public. Mr. Speaker, as part of our broader fiscal reform agenda, the government is undertaking targeted tax administrative reforms aimed at strengthening our revenue base and promoting inclusive economic growth. These reforms will focus on 3 key objectives. First, reducing tax expenditures. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditures stood at 3.38% of GDP in 2023. To unlock additional revenue for national governments, we must reduce that tax expenditure. Second, expanding the tax base and enhancing compliance, in line with the goals set out in the medium-term revenue strategy. And third, streamlining the tax structure to encourage domestic production, attract investment, and stimulate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to improving efficiency of public expenditure. Here, Mr. Speaker, in our continued effort to ensure prudent fiscal management, the government will sustain and deepen measures aimed at strengthening expenditure control and enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. To this end, the government will implement a series of targeted actions, which include: 1, utilization of the launched end-to-end procurement system to maximize value for money, enhance efficiency and transparency in public procurement processes. 2, rolling out of a human resource management system across all national government ministries and departments, as well as county government, to support better management of the public wage bill. 3, scaling up the use of the public-private partnerships framework for commercially viable projects to attract private sector participation in public service delivery, what we call PPP. 4, improving the public service pension administration through rolling out the pension management information system. And 5, fast-tracking governance reforms in state corporations to strengthen accountability, efficiency, and financial sustainability. I want to now turn to revenue projections. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, based on the outlined policy measures and structural reforms, total revenue collections, including appropriation in aid, for the financial year 2025-26 budget is projected to be at 3,321.8 billion, equivalent to 17.2% of GDP. Of this amount, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2,754.7 billion, which is equivalent to 14.3% of GDP. And ministerial appropriation in aid, or if you like, non-tax revenue is projected at 567 billion shillings. Grants are projected at 46.9 billion or 0.2% of the GDP. Having talked about revenue projections, let me now turn to expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2025-2026 budget is projected at 4,291.9 billion, equivalent to 22.3% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditures will amount to 3,134.4 billion, equivalent to 16.3% of GDP. And development expenditures, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 693.2 billion, equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 474.9 billion, of which equitable share is 405.1 billion. Fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 923.2 billion, which is equivalent to 4.8% of GDP, down from the estimated 997.5 billion or 5.7% of GDP in financial year 2024-25. The fiscal deficit for the financial year 25-26 budget will be financed by net external borrowing of 287.7 billion, equivalent 1.5% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 635.5 billion, which is equivalent to 3.3% of GDP. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's public debt is projected to remain with these sustainable levels over the medium term. In present value terms, the debt to GDP is projected to progressively decline from 63% in 2024 towards the debt anchor of 55% or minus 5% of GDP plus or minus 5% of GDP for 2028. To support the projected decline in debt levels, the National Treasury will continue implementing various reforms as guided by the medium-term debt management strategy, including liability management operations, continue pursuing use of concessional loans from multilateral, bilateral, and limited commercial sources such as international bond issuances. Additionally, reforms targeted to support domestic market development will eventually reduce the cost of public debt while sustaining fiscal consolidation efforts to ensure debt remains within sustainable levels. Further, the government will explore emerging funding instruments such as debt swaps, diaspora bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and environmental, social, and governance debt instruments to fund budget deficit and manage public debt. This strategic approach will not only diversify our financing options, but also strengthen international partnerships and promote sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government is keen on sustaining transparency and improving efficiency on public debt service. To this end, the National Treasury is in the process of integrating the Commonwealth Meridian Debt Management System with the Integrated Financial Management Information System, IFMIS, and the core banking systems of Central Bank of Kenya. On public-private partnerships framework, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the role of public-private partnerships in financing our development agenda. Currently, there are 32 PPP projects at various stages which are targeted to mobilize 70 billion shillings in the financial year 2025-2026 through private investments in priority sectors, including energy, water, housing, health, and transport. So, Mr. Speaker, to enhance transparency and accountability at all stages of project life cycle while implementing PPP, I recently issued a circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. This measure is part of our broader effort to strengthen the integrity of the PPP program and to ensure that private sector participation in public projects fosters public trust. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury in May 2025 released the final report of the Committee of Experts on leveraging local financial markets for investment into public-private partnerships and implementation. The committee recommended the establishment and operationalization of PPP Implementation Trust Fund as the central mechanism for enhancing private sector participation in PPPs, particularly through institutional and retail entities. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the PPP regulations under consideration by Parliament will enhance clarity around PPP processes, thereby enhancing efficiency and project delivery. This will also unlock a pipeline of county-level specific PPP projects in partnership with development partners. In strengthening public finance management reforms, number one is migration to accrual accounting. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen management of public resources, all government ministries, departments and agencies adopted accrual accounting as of 1st July 2024. The first accrual-based financial statements are expected for the financial year ending 30th June 2025, which is a few days away. The accrual accounting will enable the government to account for all assets and liabilities, including all government assets. Second, Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, to enhance cash management, the migration of ministries, departments and agencies to the Treasury single account is progressing well. The Central Bank of Kenya is scheduled to go live with its T24 system upgrade in July 2025. This upgraded platform will support the implementation of Treasury single account core functionalities and facilitate the National Treasury to roll out the key elements of the Treasury single account system. Concurrently, the National Treasury is on track to onboard county governments in 2026. The final phase will involve integrating all remaining national government entities into the Treasury single account by financial year 26-27. Third, zero-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, to reorient the budgeting and expenditure framework, the government adopted the zero-based budgeting approach while finalizing the financial year 25-26 budget. To implement this approach, the National Treasury developed a budget costing tool that was integrated into the IFMIS budget module for the national government. The zero-based budgeting approach compels all ministries, departments and agencies to justify expenditures from scratch, thus ensuring resources are allocated to high-impact activities. It promotes transparency, efficiency, by requiring clear justification and critical assessment of spending. Mr. Speaker, I know this statement is long. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, you know Kenya is not a small economy. We are number 6 in Africa. And we have jumped over Ethiopia. So you can't have a 3-pager statement for an economy as big as Kenya.
Gone without apology. Gone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So far, so good.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm now turning to resource allocation so that honorable members can appreciate and the Kenyan people where we have allocated the limited resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, now let me highlight the government spending priorities for financial year 25-26. Expenditures for the financial year 25-26 will consolidate the gains realized under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, with special focus placed on promoting investment in core pillars and their enablers through a value chain approach. Number one, under agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, which is the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to transform the agriculture sector by increasing productivity in key value chains such as fisheries and aquaculture, horticulture, food crops, livestock and rangeland development. The government will scale up support to farmers through input financing, subsidies and extension services. This will move the country from food deficit to food surplus, reduce reliance on food imports and revamp export crops. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I have proposed an allocation of 47.6 billion for various programs under this sector, despite the fact that agriculture is largely devolved. This includes 8 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, 10.2 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 800 million for small-scale irrigation and value addition project, 1.2 billion for food security and crop diversification project, and 5.8 billion for the food systems resilience project. Mr. Speaker, to promote livestock production, I have proposed Kenya shillings 2.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies programs. 1.6 million Kenya shillings for Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, and 280 million for the Livestock Value Chain Support Project. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 340 million for the Development Leather Industrial Park at Kenani. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of blue economy, I have proposed a total of 8.2 billion to the blue economy and fisheries subsector. This includes 2.3 billion for aquaculture business development project, 2.4 billion to the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 500 million for the Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. Mr. Speaker, to raise agricultural productivity and enhance resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities, I've proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 318 million towards an ending drought emergencies project and 1.3 billion to resilience for food and the nutrition security program in Horn of Africa project. Mr. Speaker, the government is also committed to land reforms to address historical inequalities, promote equitable access, and ensure sustainable land management. To this end, I have proposed a sum of 3.8 billion for settlement of the landless. I have also proposed 1.1 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, another 712 million for digitization of land registries, another 200 million for georeferencing of land parcels, and 220 million for construction of land registries to safeguard legitimacy of land ownership. The next pillar is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the challenge of accessing affordable credit by most micro, small, and medium enterprises, and Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this challenge, I have proposed an additional allocation of 300 million to the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, to scale up access to credit for households and MSMEs. I have also proposed an additional 308 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project, and 1.3 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. Under housing and settlement, which is the other pillar, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to facilitating the construction of decent, safe, and affordable houses for Kenyans. Through the affordable housing program, the government is creating jobs for the youth, directly in the construction sector and indirectly through the production and supply of building products. To continue supporting this initiative, I have proposed an allocation of 128.3 billion for the housing, urban development, and public works subsector. This includes 13.4 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 64.5 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 10.5 billion for construction of social housing units, and 16.5 billion for social and fiscal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the housing, urban development, and public works interventions include 7.2 billion shillings for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, 3.5 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and the Kenya Prison, 500 million for building climate resilience of the Urban Poor Program, 184 million for construction of footbridges, and 454 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety of Kenyans through compliance with building codes and standards, as well as other industry regulations, I have proposed an allocation of 2.6 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry. I am aware members are aware, I know members are aware of the challenges we have had where kill many Kenyans as a result of carelessness of various developers. Let me turn to universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, access to quality and affordable health care through the universal health coverage program is central to this government. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 138.1 billion, up from 123 billion in the current year's budget, to the health sector to support various activities and programs. This includes 6.2 billion for universal health coverage, coordination and management, 13.1 billion for primary health care, and that is up from 7.1 billion in the current year, and 430 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and enhance vaccines and immunization program in the country, I have proposed 17.3 billion for the Global Fund and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization programs, respectively. Mr. Speaker, to enhance early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment of chronic and critical illnesses among Kenyans, I have proposed an allocation of 8 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund to be managed by SHA, and this has moved from 5 billion shillings in the current budget. 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, 100 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital, and 100 million for expansion of comprehensive cancer treatment at Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Mr. Speaker, to improve health service delivery, I have also proposed a sum of 42.4 billion for our referrals, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital in Othaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, and Madari National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Other locations include Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital, Burns and Pediatrics Center. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed 5.2 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency to recapitalize it, 2.7 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 500 million for procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 300 million for procurement of equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Further, to strengthen the capacity of medical personnel, I have also proposed an allocation of 4.3 billion for medical interns, 3.2 billion for community health promoters, 303 million for training of health personnel, and 8.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Centers, KMTCs. On digital superhighway and creative economy, which is the other pillar of the better principle, the government continues to invest in digital superhighway to improve ICT infrastructure and expand internet access nationwide. The creative industry is a significant source of employment, particularly for the youth, and has the potential to address high unemployment rates through promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashion and craft, among others. Mr. Speaker, to support growth in the digital superhighway, I have proposed an allocation of 12.7 billion to fund initiatives in the information communication technology sector. Specifically, this proposed allocation includes 2.3 billion shillings for the construction of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konza Technopolis, 3.7 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, and 333.2 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway, 689 million for the establishment of digital hubs, and 750 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure. In order to fast-track the development of the Konza Technopolis city, I have proposed an allocation of 3.1 billion for Konza data center and smart city facilities. The government is also committed to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in public procurement. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 700 million for rolling out the implementation of the electronic government procurement system, what we call EGP or EGP, EG procurement. Other key allocations to critical sectors supporting better include the following: investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to invest in transportation networks, including roads, railways, and air travel, to reduce travel time and logistic costs, making markets more accessible and facilitating the movement of goods and people. Towards this end, I have proposed an allocation of 217.3 billion for development of roads across the country. This includes 30 billion to support construction of new roads and bridges, 70.8 billion for rehabilitation of roads, because we have so many long, the length of roads is so long that we have to maintain them and rehabilitate. And 115.6 billion for road maintenance. Actually, this 115 billion is more than the 85 million that we have in the current budget by 30 billion for maintenance of our roads. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport and its infrastructure, I have proposed an allocation of 38 billion shillings. I have also proposed an allocation of 450 million for the Kenya ferry ramp in Mombasa, 331 million for Nairobi bus rapid transport project, and 298.7 million for promotion of e-mobility projects. To facilitate movement of goods and people in our inland waters, I have also proposed an additional 110.4 million for acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, to scale up production of reliable and affordable energy, I have also proposed an allocation of 62.8 billion to cater for key energy interventions. This includes 31.6 billion for the national grid system, 16.3 billion for rural electrification, 11.6 billion for development of geothermal energy, 2.1 billion for alternative energy technologies, and 743 million for development of nuclear energy. Let me now talk about improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the education sector plays a vital role in economic development by enhancing human capital, driving innovation and improving productivity. To this end, the government continues to invest in education to raise learning outcomes and ensure equal opportunities for all. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed a total allocation of 702.7 billion to the education sector, which is almost 28% of our entire budget. This will include an allocation of 387.2 billion to the Teacher Service Commission. The allocation for TSC will include 7.2 billion for recruitment of intern teachers and 980 for capacity building of teachers on competence-based education curriculum. Further, I have proposed an allocation of 7 billion for free primary education, 28.9 billion for junior secondary school capitation, and 51.9 billion for free day secondary education. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 5.9 billion for administering the national examinations, 3 billion for the school feeding program and for the recruitment of intern teachers. I think that one I'd already mentioned, that's a repeat, and 4 billion for the technical, vocational, educational training and entrepreneurship project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance infrastructure development and provide a safe learning environment in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of 1.7 billion for primary and secondary schools infrastructure and 1.4 billion for construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. In addition, I have proposed 13.3 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program and 2.3 billion for the Kenya Secondary School Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the education sector include 993 million for research, science, technology and innovation, 41.5 billion to the Higher Education Loans Board for provision of loans to university and TVET students, and this has increased from 35 billion to 41.5 billion for health. Another 16.9 billion for scholarship for university students and 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students. In supporting manufacturing for job creation, Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I have proposed an allocation of 18 billion under various implementing ministries, departments and agencies. Out of this, 4.5 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks in various counties. 2.8 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery, what we call SAFER project. 602 million for a development of Athi River Textile Hub. 705 million for establishment of flagship export processing zones hubs. 504 million for development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha. and 798 million for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, in order to revitalize and maximize the benefits from our cash crops, I have proposed 2 billion for coffee cherry revolving fund and another 2 billion for coffee debt waivers. This is up from the 3 billion that was allocated to this subsector in the last financial year's budget. Another 1.5 billion for sugar sector reforms and 120 million for modernization and revitalization of cotton ginneries, and 245 million for horticultural produce compliance enhancement project. Mr. Speaker, to support local production and processing of edible oils, I have proposed an allocation of 300 million for the National Edible Oil Crops Promotion Project. Mr. Speaker, to enhance milk processing, I have proposed an allocation of 400 million for excess milk mop-up and 150 million for modernization of milk processing factories in Runyenjes and Narok. Mr. Speaker, to equip our youth with essential training and internship opportunities in trade and industry, I have proposed an allocation of 330 million for the Kenya Industry and Apprenticeship Project, another 500 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and 109 million for constituency industrial development centers. Now let me speak to improving security. Mr. Speaker, a stable and secure environment fosters investment, trade, and overall economic growth. In this regard, I have proposed an allocation of 202.3 billion for defense, another 125.7 billion for the National Police Service, and 51.4 billion for the National Intelligence Service, another 32.5 billion for internal security and national administration, and 38.1 billion for prison services. I have also proposed an additional allocation of 10 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles and 3.6 billion for police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, to combat crime and enhance administration of justice, I have proposed 1.2 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. Now, let me turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social protection services are crucial for building more equitable and resilient societies by reducing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability, as well as promoting economic growth and social cohesion. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 41.4 billion in this budget to protect the vulnerable members of our society and promote affirmative action. This is increasing from 33 billion in the current financial year's budget. Out of this allocation, 25.1 billion will cater for cash transfers to the elderly persons. And again, this has moved from 18 billion, so it has increased by 7 billion. 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children. Again, that's a jump of 1 billion more. And 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with disability. Again, this has been increased from 1.19 billion. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocations also includes 3.9 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net program, 450 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya. In addition, there is 600 million which will go to the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 100 million for the Presidential Bursary for Orphans, 180 million for the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund, and 90 million for the National Albinism Support Program, and finally 90 million for the National Autism Support Program. On equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, unemployment remains one of the most persistent and challenging issues facing the country today. The challenge is not only about job creation, but also bringing the critical gap between education and employment and developing relevant skills for the modern economy. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women and to promote development in the constituencies, I have proposed 105.6 billion for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion, I have proposed 105.6 billion, not million, for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10 billion for the National Youth Service, NYS, 3.6 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, what is famously known as NYOTA, and Kenya shillings 318 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. In addition, I have proposed 990 million for film development services. Mr. Speaker, To further empower our women and girls, I have proposed 353 million for the Women Enterprise Fund, 940 million for provision of sanitary towel school-going girls, 254 million for strengthening prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, 110 million for eradication of female genital mutilation, and 4 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, otherwise known as NGAF. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity, reduce poverty, and enhance social development across the country, I proposed 58.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, 9.6 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in identified marginal areas or marginalized areas, and another 15.9 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. To stimulate tourism growth, sports, culture, recreational and arts, Mr. Speaker, in order to harness national pride, empower our youth and position Kenya as a regional beacon of talent and heritage, I have proposed an allocation of 29.7 billion to support sports, culture and recreation as well as tourism. This proposed allocation includes 13.5 billion for the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, 2.3 billion to establish an automation and digitization system for the sports registrar, 241 million for the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya to make Kenya remain competitive in the athletics and other sports, 402 million for Sports Kenya, 245 million for the Kenya Academy of Sports, 8.2 billion for the Tourism Fund, and 4.8 billion for Tourism Promotion Fund. On environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard natural ecosystems, ensure sustainable water use, and tackle the impact of climate change, I have proposed an allocation of 10.7 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.6 billion for forest research and development, 3.7 billion for environment management and protection, 11.5 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, which is known as FLOCA, 1.6 billion for meteorological service, and 13.2 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management. Another 953 million for wildlife research and development. In addition, I have also proposed 1.1 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation and 950 million for wildlife insurance. Mr. Speaker, I have also proposed an allocation of 26.8 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development. Out of this, 16.5 billion for water resources management and 1.9 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I have also proposed 15 billion for irrigation and land reclamation and 266 million for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. In order to improve governance and sustaining the fight against corruption, Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance, intensify the fight against corruption, and entrench integrity and accountability in public service delivery, I have proposed Kenya shillings 4.5 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 4.5 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 5.3 billion to the State Law Office, and 8.7 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the oversight and legislative role of Parliament, I propose an allocation of 48 billion for Parliament. To enable administration of justice, I also propose an allocation of 27.8 billion for the judiciary. Now let me turn to allocation to county governments. Mr. Speaker, to support devolution, county governments will receive 405.1 billion in the financial year 2025-2026 as an equitable share of revenue raised nationally. an increase of 17.6 billion from Kenya shillings 387.4 billion in financial year 24-25. The 405.1 billion represents 25.8% of the most recently audited revenues for financial year 2020-2021, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203(2) of the Constitution. In order to ensure food and nutrition security, infrastructure development, improved water and sanitation systems, among others, county governments will receive an additional 69.8 billion as additional allocations. Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 7.85 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2025-2026, and an additional 2.74 billion to settle outstanding arrears owed to the fund. Mr. Speaker, now allow me to speak to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the own source revenue policy recommended the development of a national framework legislation to regulate the introduction of taxes, fees, and charges by county governments. Consequently, the National Treasury and other stakeholders developed the County Government Revenue Raising Process Bill, which is currently before Parliament for consideration. Again, I urge the Honourable House to consider the bill and prioritize its enactment. Mr. Speaker, now let me turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to tax policy measures supporting the financial year 2025-2026. These measures include proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2025, as well as the customs duty measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers for Finance during the East African Community pre-budget meeting held in May this year, which I personally attended. These measures are set to take effect from 1st July 2025. Mr. Speaker, the freedoms we enjoy in this country have not come easy. In the last couple of years, Kenyans have spoken clearly and loudly on the desired direction in development of policy and governance of taxation. In 2023, the minority side in Parliament, supported by the efforts of the then ODM chairman, protested against the Finance Act of 2023. Last year, Mr. Speaker, some provisions in the Finance Bill 2024 triggered protests across the country. These actions in the 2 years regrettably resulted in the loss of lives and destruction of property and adversely impacted economic lives of many. In the remembrance of our fellow Kenyans who lost their most precious lives during these protests, allow me, Mr. Speaker, that we observe a minute of silence in their remembrance.
Will you be upstanding?
May their souls continue resting in eternal peace. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, no life should be lost and no property should be destroyed again. The message from Kenyans was clear. Since I took office at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, I assured Kenyans we shall strive to reduce tax burden. In this respect, the Finance Bill of 2025 has neither proposed new taxes nor raised any tax rates. Instead, we have chosen to enhance tax revenue collection through administrative reforms by simplifying and streamlining tax laws to make them clearer and easier to implement, thereby by improving taxpayer compliance. The process also involves rationalization of tax expenditure to enhance equity and fairness. Mr. Speaker, the revenue foregone through tax incentives or tax expenditure has increased significantly, rising from Kenya shillings 393.1 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of GDP in 2022, to 510.6 billion, which is equivalent to 3.4% of GDP in 2023. To reverse this trend, the Finance Bill of 2025 proposes reforms to rationalize tax expenditures so as to promote equity, fairness, efficiency, and reduce distortions within the tax system. The proposed reforms are in line with the national tax policy and the medium-term revenue strategy, which this Honorable House passed. So, Mr. Speaker, from the proposed reforms, we expect to raise Kenya shilling 30 billion more as additional revenue. Mr. Speaker, customs measures agreed upon by East African community ministers during the pre-budget meeting are intended to protect our industries and ensure they access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. The meeting allowed Kenya to import tea packaging materials at a lower duty rate of 10%. In addition, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission to import wheat at the rate of 10%. These measures will support our wheat and tea farmers. Mr. Speaker, I will begin with the customs measures and later provide highlights on the proposed amendments of tax laws in the Finance Bill of 2025. On customs measures, to meet the local demand of rice, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the East African Community Common External Tariff and import rice at the rate of 30% or USD 200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, instead of the Common External Tariff rate of 75% or USD 345 per metric ton. Mindful of wheat farmers in Kenya, East African Community ministers agreed on duty remission of wheat at a rate of 10% instead of the Common External Tariff rate of 35%, provided the millers who intend to import wheat under the duty remission must first purchase locally produced wheat. Mr. Speaker, to promote local assembly of telecommunication equipment, Kenya was granted an extension of duty remission on inputs for assembly of telecommunication devices, including mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce the production cost of animal feeds, Kenya requested for an extension to import inputs for production of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community duty remission was granted. We urge the producers of animal feeds to apply for the remission. Mr. Speaker, the leather sector is one of the priority value chains under BETA. To support local producers of leather and leather products, Kenya was allowed to extend the stay of application on the Common External Tariff rate and apply import duty rate of 35% on leather products. To promote tanneries to supply local manufacturers with high-quality leather, Kenya was allowed to import chemicals for leather processing under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, to support local assembly of transformers, which is critical to energy distribution, the East African Community ministers approved Kenya's request for a tariff split on transformers to provide for a distinction between fully built and unassembled transformers. Currently, it is one line, tariff line, and it is very difficult for us to separate and incentivize either of them. So, Mr. Speaker, to support the local assemblers of cranes, Kenya was granted approval to import inputs for assembly of cranes duty-free under duty remission. Mr. Speaker, last year Kenya was granted a stay of application on the East African Common Tariff, East African Community Common External Tariff, to apply a higher duty rate ranging from 25 to 35% on certain types of paper used in manufacturing packaging materials. This action adversely affected exporters, particularly in tea sector. To address this, Kenya opted not to request for an extension of the stay of this Common External Tariff. And this decision will not affect local manufacturers of packaging materials, as they will continue importing raw materials under duty remission. So, Mr. Speaker, now let me speak to the Finance Bill of 2025. Let me now highlight some of the proposals contained in the proposed Finance Bill 2025 under Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, to enable faster recovery of investment by businesses on loose items such as utensils, linen, and industrial tools, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to allow for a full cost deduction of these items in the first year of purchase. as opposed to the current 3 years. This will improve cash flows of the relevant businesses. Mr. Speaker, we have noted increased tax disputes arising from audits carried on cross-border transactions. These disputes could have been avoided if the multinational companies had advanced pricing agreements with the commissioner at KRA. To address this gap, the bill is proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to empower the commissioner to enter into advanced pricing agreements with multinational companies. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, introduced the minimum top-up tax in line with global best practices. But the Act inadvertently omitted the due date for payment of the tax, thus creating enforcement challenges. To address this, I have proposed an amendment to the Income Tax Act to clarify that the due date will be the end of the 4th month following the close of a company's accounting period. Mr. Speaker, again, the Tax Laws Amendment Act of 2024, passed in December last year, exempted gratuity payments from income tax, actually pension and gratuity. However, the provision is not clear whether all gratuity, including from private pension schemes, is exempted from tax. In this respect, the bill is proposing to amend the Income Tax Act to clarify that all gratuity payments, whether from public or private sources, are exempt from tax. Mr. Speaker, to encourage wider participation in virtual asset transactions, especially among the youth, the bill proposes to reduce the digital asset tax rate from 3% to 1.5%. And Mr. Speaker, to ensure consistency and effective administration of the law, the bill proposes to amend the 3rd schedule to the Income Tax Act to clarify that fringe benefit tax is payable by the employer at the corporate tax rate, and that withholding tax on qualifying dividends and qualifying interest are final tax. That is not clear in the current arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages, and honorable members would be interested in listening to this. Mr. Speaker, under the current Income Tax Act, individuals with mortgages for purchasing or improving residential houses can claim tax relief on interest payment on the mortgage. However, those who take up a mortgage to construct their own residential houses are excluded from this relief. That is the law as it is today. To ensure fairness, the bill proposes to extend this benefit to interest on mortgages taken for construction of residential houses. This will support home ownership and align with the better pillar on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, the current tax-free daily subsistence allowance of $2,000 for private sector employees on official duties outside their usual workplace is lower than that of the public sector employees. To enhance equity, the bill is proposing to increase the tax-free daily subsistence allowance for private sector employees from 2,000 to 10,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has an opportunity to strengthen its position as a regional financial hub. In this respect, the bill proposes amendment to the Income Tax Act to provide that companies certified by the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority, NIFCA, that invest new capital of at least $3 billion over a period of 3 years to pay a reduced corporate tax rate of 15% for the first 10 years and 20% for the subsequent 10 years. The companies qualifying for this will be required to employ Kenyans at senior management level. The startup companies that are certified by Nairobi International Financial Center Authority will enjoy a 15% tax rate for the first 3 years and 20% for the subsequent 4 years. And dividends earned by certified holding companies and regional headquarters will be exempted from tax provided that at least 250 million is reinvested annually in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that some employees seek refunds from KRA on reliefs of deductions that ought to have been deducted by their employers. To address this challenge, the bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to make it mandatory for employers to consider all eligible tax reliefs and deductions when computing employees' income tax. Presently, employers are not compelled to deduct these reliefs in computing pay as you earn. value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, while a supplier is required to issue a tax invoice at the point of sale, there is currently no definition of tax invoice under the VAT Act. This creates ambiguity on what constitutes a tax invoice. To resolve this ambiguity, the bill is proposing to amend the VAT Act to define a tax invoice. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen tax administration and enhance compliance, the bill proposes to require the issuance of tax invoices for all suppliers, whether taxable or exempt. This amendment will support better record keeping by taxpayers and facilitate the pre-population of returns. Mr. Speaker, to support business operations, the bill proposes to shorten the period for claiming refunds on bad debts from 3 years to 2 years, and to allow taxpayers to either request for a refund or offset it against future VAT liabilities. Mr. Speaker, again, entities in special economic zones currently benefit from VAT exemptions and zero rating, but there is no provision to recover taxes. To safeguard revenue and promote accountability, the bill proposes to recover VAT where exempted or zero-rated goods or services are used for purposes other than those intended. Mr. Speaker, to prevent leakages or revenue leakages, strengthen tax administration, and promote equity across sectors, the bill proposes to move some zero-rated goods and services that are consumed locally to exempt status. Further, Mr. Speaker, some of the goods exempted from VAT have multiple uses, making it difficult to effectively monitor whether they are finally used for the intended purpose. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the VAT Act to remove such exemptions. Under excise duty, Mr. Speaker, to minimize tax disputes relating to classification of locally produced accessible goods, the bill proposes an amendment to the Excise Duty Act to clarify that the East African Community Common External Tariff and its classification rules shall apply to all accessible goods, both imported and locally manufactured. Mr. Speaker, to streamline the processing of application for license to manufacture accessible goods by the Commissioner, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to require the Commissioner to provide feedback on the application within 14 working days from the date of receipt of all valid documents. Mr. Speaker, the Excise Duty Act provides for taxation of alcoholic beverages based on pure alcoholic content, which increased cost for producers using spirits over 90% alcohol content as raw materials from 356 shillings to about 1,000 shillings per liter. Since undenatured extra neutral alcohol is a key input in the manufacturing of spirituous beverages, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to provide an excise duty rate of 500 shillings per liter for undenatured extra neutral alcohol above 90% strength supplied to licensed spirituous beverage manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to promote equity and fairness in taxation of accessible services offered through the internet or electronic network, the bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to bring non-resident persons without a physical presence in Kenya into the tax net when they supply accessible services through these mediums. Mr. Speaker, to avoid double taxation of fees charged by digital lenders, the bill proposes to amend the definition of digital lender under the Excise Duty Act to exclude entities licensed under the Banking Act, the Cooperative Societies Act, and the Microfinance Act. Honorable members, to enhance clarity and consistency in the administration of excise duty legislation, the bill is proposing to amend the Excise Duty Act to clarify that imported plastic products, including plates, self-adhesive plastics, and printed polymers, will be subjected to excise duty at 25% of the excise value, or 200 per kilogram, whichever is higher. Now let me speak to miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, the Export and Investment Promotion Levy on billets and wire rods, which are raw materials in manufacture of nails, fencing wires, gabions, bolts, and nuts, have raised production costs of these products. In this respect, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to review the levy downwards. Mr. Speaker, to promote Nairobi as regional aircraft maintenance hub while managing tax expenditures, the bill proposes to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to introduce import declaration fee and railway development levy on small aircrafts and helicopters, but retain the exemption on spare parts of all aircrafts. The Tax Procedures Act, 2015. No, this is the Act is 2015. Mr. Speaker, to enhance the Commissioner's ability to recover unpaid taxes from non-residents, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to include non-resident persons. Mr. Speaker, and this is controversial, to close a loophole that hinders enforcement of tax compliance and ensure timely revenue collection, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appears to be due or a court judgment on tax dispute is in favor of the Commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. That is not the one that I thought I was going to read. The controversial one is yet to come. Mr. Speaker, to remove the financial and legal barriers that may hinder effective enforcement of recovery of unpaid taxes, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide that property transfers made by or to the Commissioner in recovery of tax liabilities be exempted from stamp duty. Mr. Speaker, to promote transparency, uphold fair administrative action, and strengthen trust in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the Commissioner to provide reasons when issuing amended tax assessments to a taxpayer, so that we avoid misuse of Kenya Revenue Authority for political reasons, where they just sit and tell you that 3 years ago you did not pay such and such, and yet you had already been cleared for tax purposes. Reasons must be provided. Mr. Speaker, to address taxpayers' concerns regarding penalties and interest arising from system-related delays or administrative errors beyond taxpayers' control, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow the Cabinet Secretary to grant waivers on penalties and interest arising from such circumstances upon recommendation by the Commissioner. Presently, if there is any error made by the Kenya Revenue Authority on your tax assessment, there is no law to reverse it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker and fellow Kenyans, we have experienced a wide range of challenges as a nation in the past 2 years. In navigating these trying times, we have demonstrated exceptional resilience and remained steadfast in our development and democratic journey. Kenyans have demonstrated commendable patience and resilience as the government continues to fulfill its commitments to improve livelihoods through the implementation of better. And under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we have made meaningful progress in advancing our development agenda, promoting inclusion, fostering national unity, and working together to build our nation and renew the spirit of patriotism. Mr. Speaker, the budget I have presented today has been thoughtfully prepared to navigate the delicate balance of competing interests while adhering to our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the policies and structural reforms I have outlined provide a solid foundation for sustaining our socio-economic transformation. These measures are designed to stimulate job creation, strengthen our economic recovery, and ease the cost of living. I therefore call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to support the implementation of the budget as we work together in pursuit of shared prosperity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the journey to a prosperous Kenya calls for leadership and collective commitment of all Kenyans. Last year, the Orange Democratic Movement joined hands with the United Democratic Alliance under Kenya Kwanza to form a broad-based government. This unity has brought renewed peace and stability to Kenya and fostered inclusive development beyond tribal lines. I wish. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish to acknowledge with gratitude the unwavering leadership and vision of His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto and His Excellency the Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. I also wish to recognize the invaluable efforts of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, accounting officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments, and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of the financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Raila. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank Baba, Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, and the entire Orange Democratic Movement fraternity for their invaluable mentorship as well as trusting me with party leadership positions in my political journey. But Mr. Speaker, I will not forget that I served the people of Suba South constituency as their elected representative for a period of 15 years and a further 2 years as nominated member of parliament before my appointment to the cabinet. I truly appreciate the people of Suba South constituency for the opportunity they gave me to serve them, and I will remain forever grateful. In addition, I served in the leadership of parliament as a minority leader, and equally, I appreciate the support accorded to me by this House and its leadership during my tenure. My sincere appreciation goes first to you, and your counterparts, minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including respective clerks, supporting the approval process of the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all the other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of Parliamentary Budgets Office for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. Third, my colleagues at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, led by Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for Public Investment and Assets Management, for their commitment, dedication, and support in the preparation of this budget. Fourth, special appreciation goes to Mr. James Muhati, the former Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning, for his unwavering commitment and invaluable support during the first half of the financial year. His dedication and strategic leadership greatly advanced the ministry's mandate and played a pivotal role in shaping key national economic planning initiatives. Fifth, my appreciation goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management staff of both institutions, the financial sector regulators, and other MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. Sixth, my gratitude goes to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Seventh, I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. And eighth, I wish to appreciate the media and non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in the financial year 2025-2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I forever remain indebted to my beloved wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children, who is here in the Speaker's Gallery, and my children for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties at the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Their prayers and guidance gave me the zeal to proceed even during my lowest moments. I remain deeply grateful also to my siblings for raising me, paying my school fees, and supporting me throughout my journey. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that my late parents, Jadung Stanislaus Ngongomot and his babe, Lemina Yambu Ngongo, with my mother, are smiling down from above as they see their youngest son perform this great service for the great people of Kenya today. God is truly faithful. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions during the budget process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2025, together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Today, I further submit the following documents for this August House and request that you graciously receive them. 1, budget statement for the financial year 2025-26. 2, the 2025 budget policy statement. 3, estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 2025-2026. 4, financial statements for the financial year 2025-26. 5, medium-term debt management strategy 2025. 6, budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2025-26. And finally, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Minister. You may now take your seat. Thank you, CS, for just above 2 hours well spent in presenting your first budget highlights to this House. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning for ably making a public pronouncement, the budget policy highlights and the revenue raises of government for the financial year 2025-2026 and the medium term. I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Section 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary had already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2025-2026 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2025, which is under consideration by this House. Honorable members, it is my pleasure to invite all members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliamentary Courtyard. Honorable members, the time now being 5:23 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 17th June 2025 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
All right, there you have it. After about 2 hours, 20 minutes, John Mbadi has delivered the budget statement for financial year 2025-2026. And he has listed as their priorities containing debt and having more realistic revenue targets in this coming financial year. He has also addressed consolidating fiscal consolidation that would address government expenditure. And also in line with that, he's also addressed issues to do with pending bills, automation or digitization of KRA systems, as well as our procurement systems. As I mentioned earlier, I have a panel of three who've been paying keen attention alongside myself, Caxton Kinuthia, and he is partner and head of tax KPMG. And we also have tax director of Ernst & Young, Rachel, in studio, and Chachi Logutu, economist, IC Group. So I'll start with you, Caxton. It's been a long listen, but how did Mbadi do in your opinion?
Thank you, Olive. I think for a moment, I thought CS Mbadi was trying to beat the record set by the late Finance Minister Daudi Muraria when he presented his first budget in 2003, because that went for 3.5 hours. So this one, yes, was a long speech, the highlighting of the policy statement. Like we were saying as we were listening to it, no earth-shattering new things from that speech. It was just expounding on some information that's already in the public domain. But if I were just to give what are my highlights or what really stuck out, were what he described as the policy priorities, and he enumerated 5 of them that really read very well on the cost of living, on food security, on youth employment, broadening the tax base, and inclusive growth for sustainable development. I think that's some very nice pudding and nice looking or nice sounding, but as we always say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We'll wait to see what will be, how that pudding will pan out as we eat it.
All right. Rachel Njuguna, EY Kenya Tax Director. Rachel, what did you make of, he talked about, wanting to strike that balance between spurring the economy, but also needing to raise revenue. First of all, let's just get your initial reaction. How did he do?
Oh, well, in terms of highlighting the budget and the expectations, for me, he gave us the additional information that we were looking for. And in addition to that, he talked about a futuristic perspective, whereby he kept repeating that he has to look at the tax policy, adherence to the tax policy, national tax policy, and the medium revenue strategy. So that means that in the next budget, we're going to hear maybe things like reduction of tax rates, like the corporate tax rate, maybe a downward revision of the VAT rate. That's what we expect, because that's what is contained in those 2 documents. But he also talked about the digital economy. We've seen that they're keen on taxing the digital economy, and of course, digitizing systems by KRA to ensure that they collect more tax revenue.
All right,
that stuck out for me.
Okay, so we'll come back to the digital economy. There's more to mine there. But as an economist, Churchill, you have been put on the spot before. What did you make of that budget statement?
Hardly surprising, because the numbers, we have interrogated these numbers, be it on the spending side, be it also on the financing side. Just a few changes on the quantum that is to be on the revenue side and also the financing, but it's just minimal. Other than that, there's also some talk around auditing of the public debt, the completion of the pending bill verification committee. He mentioned that that report will be out later on this month, and we should be able to see what is the status going forward. Already the next financial year has prioritized 149 billion to be securitized or to be sorted out in terms of the pending bills. So even from the reports that we are getting, probably we'll be able to see the rest of the pending bills that remains, that has not yet been addressed. The other issue that came out is on the there's a report that was commissioned by National Treasury, committee of experts. They came up with a report around the public-private partnerships implementation trust fund. So the CS alluded to regulations around tweaking the private Public Partnership Act to be able to ensure that some of the recommendations from this report are implemented. So those are some of the salient points that came out from the speech, but as Caxton has said, we just need to see in the next coming weeks the implementation, or even how the realism around all this, what he has mentioned, how it will be affected.
All right. Just to mention, we have Stephen Leto and Emmanuel To within Parliament's precincts, and we'll get the reactions on the ground in not too long. But Caxton, speaking of pending bills, liquidity is something that came up in the budget statement. What did you make of some of what he's proposed?
Well, again, we'll have to appreciate that as the CS for Treasury, he's between a rock and a hard place, and he said that many times during his speech, what he needs to balance and where we are as a country, and we are always in need of funds. The reason that we go through these extensive, like even listening to 2 hours, is because he has to convince us as citizens of this country that whatever meager resources we do have, that they're applying them in the best way possible. So with the liquidity crunch and with the reduced resources and funds for the government, he really has to pick the biggest priority areas and allocate funds to those priority areas that will generate the highest return for the country. And looking at the areas that he has taken as critical areas, I am so happy to note that education really takes the biggest chunk of those allocations, because to my mind, when you educate a populace, you are really securing the future of the country. So that is important. I know there are still many issues around the education sector.
Okay, and before you get into education, let's quickly hear from Emmanuel To.
Yeah.
Emmanuel, tell us what the reaction is in Parliament.
Well, thank you very much, Olive. Definitely the reactions are coming in thick and fast, especially about the budget that has just been presented. It was a record 2 hours, 10 minutes speech or a presentation by for Treasury, John Mbadi, his first attempt, and he said this is a very big budget. It can't go less than that time. And we're here with the budget chair, who is the new guy, the new sheriff in town, Sam Atandi, to just give us the details. Chairman, you came up with this budget. Are you satisfied with it? Quickly.
Thank you very much. What the minister has highlighted are proposals that we passed at the Committee of Supply. And I have listened to his presentation carefully. There is no deviation. He has actually presented what we pass as a House, which we are waiting to appropriate next week.
Okay. What's the biggest takeout from you from this budget?
Well, the biggest takeout is that this budget is framed to meet a fiscal deficit framework, which is sustainable. That is the only thing I have seen. We have done a budget that meets the revenue projections. We have done revenue projections that are factual, that will be realized. Yeah.
The CS also mentioned something about the public debt, the ballooning public debt. It's crossed the 11 trillion mark now, and we are going to pay 1.1 trillion shillings for the public debt in this financial year, about 1.3 because of the pension as well. What does that say about the country?
Well, debt is a big problem for us, and that is the reason why, if you've seen the fiscal deficit which we are working with, we are moving from a fiscal deficit of 8% during the former regime to 4.74% in this financial year that we are starting. That's a very big improvement. We are trying to continue to consolidate, and going forward we want to see a budget deficit of less than 4%. So we are on the right track. Debt is a problem. We must work within a fiscal framework that is sustainable. We do not want to borrow more. We don't want to borrow more than what we can fund.
But yet we are still borrowing again this financial year. How much are you borrowing?
We are going to borrow about 860 billion. That is sustainable, considering that we are paying 1.3 trillion in debt interest payment.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me now speak to Gogo. Mheshimiwa, just tell us what was your takeout from this, and of course also remembering the issues that we've seen the Gen Zs are demonstrating, actually not the Gen Zs only, the members of the public, they also want other issues addressed. What do you make of it?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank the Honorable CS Mbadi. I sit in the Budget Committee, and he didn't deviate from what we had passed as a committee. But besides, I'm impressed by the concern for women and youth empowerment. There has been increased allocations. There are also increased allocations for food and nutrition security, which is a plus for our country. Yeah, thank you very much.
Let me speak to Mukunji, Honorable Mukunji from Manyata constituency. Just one word, because the CS is going there. What will you say?
So I have only one word, that first of all, we have given a budget with around 700 billion Kenya shillings on development. But at the same time, when we look at our what I would call the pending bills, they are close to 680 billion. So there is a need to actually push for a budget that works for Kenya and a budget that is actually value for our money. There is a need to relook and ensure that we have a budget that works for the people of Kenya. As right now, I think it is the right time to say that we need to relook on how we are spending resources in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll just be going straight to where the CS for Treasury is right now. Has just walked in with a whole entourage of members of the National Assembly and the members of the Treasury, the PS Chris Kipto, the other PS who is also in charge of the ministry, and they are going to address the media in just a minute. And this is there in Parliament, where the members of the National Assembly are having their late, would we say, lunch, to just get ready for this. But we'll be just getting straight to what the CS will be saying. He'll be breaking down that 4.2 trillion shilling budget further, so that the journalists can also get to understand it. So we'll be going to him straight from now.
I thought there was with questions. No, you address just okay. Are you ready? So, our friends from the media, fellow Kenyans, and again my team from the National Treasury and the entire government machinery, I want to take this opportunity to thank first the people of Kenya who are glued to their TVs, station, those who are present in Parliament and who witnessed this very important day. I also want to thank the National Assembly and the entire leadership of Parliament and the members of Parliament for granting me opportunity to speak for well over 2 hours. Today, in a nutshell, was a day that is provided in our statutes, in our laws. Public Finance Management Act of 2012 clearly spells out understanding orders that every year the Cabinet Secretary will speak to the people of Kenya and spell out revenue raising measures and budget highlights, and that is exactly what I've done today. In a summary, apart from the normal prescription of what should be spoken to or should be submitted, which is the expenditure estimates and revenue estimates, I also went ahead to pronounce myself to various policy changes that are likely to be put in place to help in improvement of not only our financial management system, but also to spur economic growth. If you listen to me clearly, this speech was heavy on reforms, and this is not for nothing. People of Kenya have been saying we are collecting enough taxes, we are collecting enough revenue, but how it is applied is a question. And we have proposed a raft of amendments, a raft of policy proposals, which would then radically change the management of public resources. I think in a nutshell, that is what I would talk about. Because again, Kenyans have the finance bill. Kenyans have had budget estimate for well now close to 2 months. So unless there are questions, yes. The numbers are still being calculated, but a lot will be saved, and this is something that we have communicated previously. We will save upward of even 30 billion if we do proper streamlining and restructuring of state-owned enterprises. And again, it is not just the saving; it's also to ensure efficiency in the way those public, state-owned enterprises are being run. Actually, let me demystify and debunk the thought that accrual accounting would solve the pending bills equation. Accrual accounting would only help in ensuring the visibility and clear accountability of the pending bills, but it doesn't solve the pending bills. However, the pending bills question has been around for a while. From 2005, we have accumulated some bills dating back to 2005. The government has taken a proactive approach by constituting a committee which has assessed these bills, and as I've mentioned, and the 229 which have been cleared for payment, about 80 billion, which is relating to road sector, is being paid as we speak. The rest also, once we conclude the exercise, we will take a proposal to the cabinet through CAB memo, which then would give us the go-ahead to come up with strategies of paying the other pending bills. But the accrual accounting will help first in clearly in capturing the data accurately to make those bills part of the financial statements of government, and so that they will be above the above line items, as opposed to now when they're just being reported to as notes and you don't even check the accuracy of the same. Yes. Diversification of sources of our external financing is something that is key priority to this government, and most particularly National Treasury. We are in the process of actualizing, raising more funds through Sukuk and even the Panda bond. We are diversifying. We are even going to UAE for other bonds. We don't want to confine ourselves to specific bonds like it has been previously, because there would be a serious risk in the event of certain turbulence in those particular markets. So we are diversifying, and our external resource mobilization department is very active in looking for various sources of funding our budget through external financing. Any last one? You okay? Satisfied? Thank you. Have a good evening. Now, you know. Now can I handle?
All right, the CS Treasury, John Mbadi, providing some clarification on his budget statement that was delivered this afternoon. But Caxton, it just happens every time I have to cut you short.
Yeah, I almost think
but you're expounding
between you and the CS have something against me. So I may have lost my trail of thought, but I was just talking education. About yes, the priority allocations. And I know, yeah, we can't go through all of them. I was hoping that would still get the lion's share, and I'm happy that it has remained. Sometimes you get that in the preliminary estimates, and by the time we're having the budget statement highlights, things have changed a bit. So my point was to at least applaud them for making necessary allocations to the critical sectors of the economy. And I said education really is futuristic. You're educating the populace for them to be better engaged productive going forward.
All right. So, Rachel, in terms of, he addressed revenue raising measures, and again, talking about that balance of spurring the economy versus raising revenue. What did you make of the tax? There was some tax relief, but you had mentioned the digital economy. So he talked about reducing the digital tax from what, 3% to
1.5%. Digital asset tax. It's a very new tax. And so what I think the policymakers
Sound Candy Talk Live News. Tunazunguka kote kote mchana. We also work on creating documents, feature stories, explainer videos, 3D animation, and anything media related. We also offer consultation on media related topics. Our work is timely, professional, and very affordable. So talk to us, soundcandytalk@gmail.com, or you can call us on 0718. Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and marriages.
About glasses, plates, yeah, so it doesn't, it's not very big because what it didn't is that in the same bill, there is a proposal to reduce the 100% investment deduction for manufacturers, which used to help them to try and recoup their money in good time. So what he didn't say was what is affecting majority of taxpayers. Well, he talked about these advanced pricing agreements, a very nice thing for multinationals. Yeah, so that now to reduce and to forestall disputes, transfer pricing disputes. There are very many at our Revenue Authority, at our Tax Appeals Tribunal. So this is a good thing in the sense that a taxpayer and the commissioner will sit down and agree on the price for such transactions. Yep.
All right. Your last word, Churchill?
The CS highlighted some of the challenges in implementing the budget. The first one was around spending, that there are rising spending plans, pressures left, right, center. And even during the Committee of Supply stage that happened on Tuesday, there were, or even the report that came out last week from the Budget Committee, there was some unfunded requests. So this is something that even the CS was alluding to, 235 billion that has not been prioritized. The other issue is around accumulation of debt, public debt accumulation, and this is in reference to the deficit that we are looking at. The numbers that we've had for the next financial year is 923 billion that needs to be financed domestically and externally. I had a number to the tune of 975 billion for the current financial year, but I'll be able to cross-check that. But that just shows us that there's a possibility of a third supplementary because of the underperformance in revenue. So that's something that I need to keep an eye on. Lastly, the other challenge was on revenue mobilization, as has been alluded to by my colleagues. The protests that happened last year necessitating even some cautiousness by the CS in terms of the proposals on the financing side. But having said that, you can look at it, the macroeconomic backdrop. You can If you compare 18 months ago, this is December 2023, you can talk of 4 apocalyptic horsemen that were there in the economy. Interest rates, inflation, Kenya shilling, and the growth. The first one on inflation, it was quite elevated then. At least right now it has moderated, but it doesn't mean that the cost of living pressure is out. Inflation for May 2025
basi yule mtoto akasema ile siku moja mimi sijaenda kanisani na Yesu Kristo anakuja.
Because kuleta ndege ya Chief of Defense Forces down is not only negligence but criminal negligence.
Nilikuja hapa hadi ya Gong nikamwambia mchague Ruto. Na mimi naomba msamaha.
Na mchezo huu rais ni mchezo ambao utakusaidia wewe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Ni mchezo ambao unakufundisha jinsi vile kufanya kazi.
Your Excellency, what helped that case was there was a policeman who recorded his statement in English.
Sasa huyu ndiye nilipiga kofi. Juzi ndio amenipigia simu akaniambia.
We also work on creating documents